Shabbat Shalom. This is the day Yahweh has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. It's been a long week. It's been a long 6 days. But the seventh day is the Shabbat. This is the day that He blessed. I've been working on this particular teaching for about 4 or 5 months now. I've taken stuff out. I've added stuff, rearranged stuff, changed the wording of what I'm going to say. But I could not have done it without the Ruach HaKodesh, the set-apart Spirit. Yahweh guided me through the whole process of this. Baruch Hashem. Tonight I'm going to talk about war, and later I'm going to let you know what type of war I'm going to talk about. But first, let's go ahead and get started with this. It says in Matthew 24:6, "And you shall begin to hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for these have to take place, but the end is not yet." So what is war? War is a state of organized, often prolonged conflict carried out by different groups, typically nations, states, or factions, using armed forces. It goes far beyond physical battles. It's a complex social, political, and historical. There's different types of wars. Conventional war, which is traditional battles between armed forces of states. The Civil War, a conflict within a single country between factions or regions. That happened in the United States between the North and the South. Guerrilla warfare, unconventional fighting by small groups using hit-and-run tactics. The Cold War, political tensions and rivals without direct military. This is what the U.S. and Soviet Union went through, their standoff. There's World War, involves multiple countries across continents. Proxy war, major powers support conflicting sides without direct combat. Cyber warfare, conflict carried out through digital attacks and disruptions. Now there's also war in the spiritual realm. So spiritual warfare is an ongoing battle between Yahweh's kingdom and Hasatan's schemes, where believers are called to resist deception, temptation, and attacks through faith, prayer, and the power of Yahweh. It is not a metaphor, but a biblical reality, described as a struggle against unseen spiritual forces, the Sitra Hara, the dark forces, Hasatan and his demons. But do know this, we have the authority and the power through Yahweh to resist the devil. And when we do that, he must flee. How do I know that? Because the word says that in James 4:7. So then, subject yourselves to Elohim, resist the devil, and he shall flee from you. Now, there's temptation, Hasatan, and there's obedience to the Most High, our Elohim, Yahweh. Temptation tests your weaknesses. You know you need to speak up, but fear of conflict keeps you silent. We're not to have fear in this world. We're not to fear Hasatan and his demons. We're supposed to be bold, courageous, and stand up to it and move forward. The weakness being tested, assertiveness and courage. Obedience strengthens your weaknesses. Accepting constructive criticism. Weakness, sensitivity to feedback. Obedience, applying the feedback instead of resisting it. Don't back down. We're servants of Yahweh. We're to do His will. Temptation pulls you inward. The focus turns to your impulses, your imagined outcomes. Obedience pulls you upward toward Yahweh. It aligns you with truth. And what is truth? It says in Psalms 119, 142, the Torah is truth. It clears the fog of confusion. It opens your mind. Temptation offers the illusion of control. From illusion to delusion. Obedience offers actual freedom. The Torah frees us from all this. But see, so many don't want to hear the truth. I don't care if it's Christianity, in the Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, anything. They don't want to hear the truth, what the Word says, what Yahweh says. So what will happen? If you don't want the truth, guess what? Yahweh will send you a delusion. In 2 Thessalonians 2:10 and 11. Temptation says, Look at yourself. Focus on what you want. See, temptation is about you, me, what I want. It's not about you. It's about Yahweh and what He wants, His will. Obedience says, look beyond yourself. Focus on what's true. And the Torah is going to tell you what's true. The Scripture is going to tell you what's true. Freedom from destructive habits. When someone obeys Yahweh's call to forgive, to stop lying, or to walk away from harmful behaviors, they discover they're no longer controlled by bitterness, guilt, or addiction. And the Word does say, if someone harms you or hurts you, you are to forgive them. No matter what they have done to you, you are to forgive them. Because if you don't forgive them, the Father says, I will not forgive you. Obedience breaks chains that disobedience creates. In relationships, for example. Disobedience creates change. Breaking trust, ignoring boundaries, or acting selfishly creates resentment and emotional distance. Obedience breaks those chains, honoring commitments, communicating honestly, and respecting boundaries, rebuilds trust and restores connection. The Father shows you, the Word shows you how to deal with people, how to be with people, to love people, to communicate with people. A person who obeys Yahweh's call to forgive someone finally stops carrying the emotional weight of resentment. The obedience feels hard at first, but the freedom afterward is real. You have to make it into a habit. You have to make it a habit to meditate on the Word every day, to pray every day, to focus on the Father every day. Not just read His Word, but study His Word. This is what frees you. Yeah, it's hard at first. Yeah, if your habit's always disobedience, but once you come to that realization, you're going to realize the freedom of it. There's freedom from fear and anxiety. Yahweh often asks people to trust Him instead of trying to control everything. That obedience is choosing trust and opens the door to shalom, or to peace. If you obey Yahweh's commands to cast your cares on Him, you'll stop micromanaging every outcome and discover a freedom for constant worry. Stop trying to do it all yourself. It's not going to work. You have to trust in the Father. Don't trust in your own heart. In fact, He says, don't lean on your own understanding, because you'll mess it up. You have to lean on the Father. You have to lean on the Father. Freedom through purpose. Obedience aligns a person with Yahweh's design for their life. When you live according to your design, you're not trapped and you're operating at your true purpose. A person who obeys Yahweh's call to serve others, they find meaning, joy, and fulfillment that self-centered living never gave them. It's not about you. The world doesn't evolve around you. It's about serving the Father. Did Yeshua not come as a servant? He came as a servant. When He comes back, though, He's going to come back as a king and as a warrior, and this is all going to be done. So don't send. It's not about you in the world, so make Yahweh the center of your life. Yeshua came not only as our king, but as a servant, as I said. Freedom from sin's consequences. Disobedience often leads to bondage and broken relationships, shame, regret, and spiritual numbness. Obedience avoids all those traps. Someone obeys Yahweh calls to sexual integrity instead of dealing with heartbreak, distrust, or hidden guilt. They experience freedom in relationships. Freedom to become who you are meant to be. Yahweh commands aren't random rules. They're guardrails that protect your identity and potential. Right here's our Constitution, the Torah. Right here. A person obeys Yahweh call to humility instead of being enslaved to pride, comparison, or insecurity. They grow into a grounded, confident, compassionate person. You don't want to be a slave to all this. You know, all Hasatan can do is tempt you. That's all he can do. He can go through other people as well. Don't be a slave to that. That's the bondage. The Torah releases you from all that. Freedom from the pressure to to be your own God. When someone obeys Yahweh, they no longer have to carry the crushing burden of defining morality or destiny. A person obeys Yahweh, called to rest, Shabbat, like we have right now, Shabbat. They discover freedom from the modern pressure to be endlessly productive. Freedom through transformation. Obedience invites Yahweh to reshape the heart. Transformation is the deepest form of freedom. You transform your mind, the renewing of your mind. You transform your thinking. You transform your outlook on life. This will open your eyes. It will show you what's out there, the evil, the bad habits that we all do at times. Someone obeys Yahweh's call to love. Over time, their heart becomes free from hatred and revenge. Don't hold on to that guilt. Don't hold on to that burden. It's heavy. It's heavy. Like if you don't forgive somebody or you have a grudge against somebody all the time, stop. Let it go. Hastan wants you to keep there. He wants to keep you there. He wants to keep you down. But he can't keep you down. You're keeping yourself down. Because remember I said the word says you can resist the devil. So release all this. There'll be so much freedom and so much clarity in your life. Yahweh's kingdom, truth, holiness, obedience. Hasatan's scheme, temptation, deception, compromise. A person feels pressured to lie to protect their reputation. The enemy whispers, it's harmless. Everyone does it. Don't worry about it. The Spirit convicts. The Ruach HaKodesh, the set-apart Spirit convicts. Walk in truth. Walk in the Torah. Trust Yahweh with the outcome. This is spiritual warfare. A battle over integrity. Truth versus lies. Yahweh's kingdom, truth that sets people free. Hasatan's schemes, lies that distort identity and reality. Someone hears internal accusations like, you're worthless. Yahweh doesn't care about you. Why would he? The thinking is with Hasatan, when he tells you these things and you start believing this, well, I'm going through this. Where's Yahweh when I need him? I need him right now. Where is he? That's what Hasatan tries to do to you. He tries to get you to think that he doesn't care about you. It doesn't matter what you're going through in life. It really doesn't. Because Yahweh will not leave you or forsake you. You have to trust on him. In his time, you'll see things that are going on. But he does care about you. He loves you. He sent his only begotten son, Yeshua, to die for you. So don't use these negative terms. You're worthless. You're nobody. You're nothing. That's how stop putting that in your mind. And you can control that. You can stop that. Yahweh counters with truth. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. Nothing can separate you from my love. The battlefield is the mind. The mind. How you're thinking, your thought processes, your speech, your words that come out. There's life and death in the tongue. There's blessings and curses. Prayer versus distraction. Yahweh's kingdom. Intimacy with Yahweh. Get intimate with him. Get into the Word. Get into the Word with him. Be with him. Talk to him. Pray to him. Meditate on him night and day. Hasatan's scheme is distraction, apathy, spiritual numbness. Every time someone tries to pray or read Scripture, they suddenly feel tired, busy, or mentally scattered. This isn't random. It's resistance. Prayer is warfare, so the enemy tries to interrupt it. Unity versus division. Couples making decisions collaboratively rather than competitively. Silent treatment, blame, or passive-aggressive behavior. That's division. That's division. You're supposed to work together as a team, as one. Echad, oneness. Yahweh's kingdom, love, forgiveness, reconciliation. Hasatan's scheme, offense, bitterness, division. A small misunderstanding of family members, friends, or at work becomes a major conflict because the enemy amplifies the offense. You know, those things you go on through life, we're all guilty of making it bigger than what it really is. And when we reflect back on it, oh man, I made that way too complicated, way too bad, way too dangerous. But that's what we do. That's what Hasatan wants us to do. I'll blow it all out of proportion to a point where you don't even know what the argument was about after a certain amount of time. You don't even know what you're mad at times. And then you project it on others. Yehovah's kingdom pushes toward humility and reconciliation. Humble yourself. You're not all that. The world doesn't revolve around you. Reconcile. Reconcile with the Heavenly Father. Reconcile with people that you've hurt in your life. Forgive them. And ask for forgiveness if someone has hurt you as well. You know, please forgive me. If I've hurt you, I ask for your forgiveness. If they hurt you, they should forgive you, but still, you forgive them. It works both ways. Growth versus spiritual attacks. Growth, temporary confusion that leads to clarity. You're figuring things out, but you can see progress. Peace, wisdom, strength, maturity level, better habits, healthier relationships. Before you can have a healthy relationship with any individual, you have to have a healthy relationship with the Heavenly Father. Because He's going to guide you how to handle other people. He's going to help you get out of bad habits. He's going to help you get shalom, wisdom, maturity, growing. Spiritual attacks, distraction from purpose. You lose focus on what matters most. Faith, goals, relationships. Creates confusion, fear, shame, hopelessness, disconnection, chaos. Who wants drama in their life? Because that's what you're living. You're welcoming all this drama in your life. That's not going to give you peace. That's going to put you further and further away from Yehovah. And closer to Hasatan, believe it or not, because who are you going to serve? You going to serve Yehovah, or are you going to serve Hasatan? It's up to you. You're going to be an adversary. That's what Hasatan is. He's an adversary. Or are you going to work for Yehovah and defeat the adversary? Yehovah's kingdom, transformation, sanctification, set apartness. Hasatan's scheme, discouragement, intimidation. He tries to keep you down, keep you down, keep you down, keep you down. This will keep you up and move you toward a relationship with Yehovah. Right when someone decides to follow Yehovah, they suddenly face challenges, doubts, or emotional burdens. This happens because spiritual growth threatens the enemy. See, it threatens Hasatan. It threatens his. Once you start learning the Word, studying the Word, praying about it, meditating on it, having intimacy with Yehovah, that threatens Hasatan. He don't want you to know the truth. He's trying to keep you from the truth. He's trying to keep you from the truth. And the truth is the Torah. That's what he's trying to keep you away from. Not these false doctrines. He wants you to go to these false doctrines, whether it be Judaism and those talking notes, the old laws, the Jewish laws they make up and create burns that Yeshua talks about. And there's modern day Pharisees today. And I did a teaching on the talking note, as well as Christianity with their false doctrines. See, ladies and gentlemen, there's only two doctrines in this world, really. I know you hear about 10,000 different religions and all that. I get all that. But if you just make it simple and understand this, there's two doctrines. Yehovah's Word, the Torah, and everybody else's. Yehovah's influence versus Hasatan's influence. Here's Yehovah's influence. Inspires humility, teachability, and servant-heartedness. Points attention toward Yehovah, not self. Values obedience over ego. Yeah, get off your high horse with that ego, okay? It never was about you. It's not about you. It's about Yehovah. Hasatan's influences. Elevates self-importance and entitlement. Encourages comparison, jealousy, and arrogance. Makes people believe they don't need God. They don't need Yehovah. You don't need him. That's what Hasatan's telling you. Self-important, all about you again. That's what Hasatan's trying to get you to say. Hey, it's about me. What about me? What about me? No, it's not about you. It's about Yahweh. Yahweh's kingdom, justice, compassion, righteousness. Hasatan's injustice, oppression, moral decay. And what do you see in the world today? As time is going on, more and more, it's decaying. The word says, they'll go to a point where, and I'm paraphrasing, say, they make evil good and good evil. And that's what's happening. It's getting worse and worse and worse. But we know this is going to happen. Before the Messiah comes, it has to go that route. A believer feels called to stand up for his vulnerable, but the enemy pushes fear, apathy, or cynicism to silence them. See, that's what Hasatan's trying to do. He's trying to silence us. However he can try to do it. You know, people commit suicide every day. People are alcoholics, drug addicts. Anything to keep you away from this. Anything. Freedom versus bondage. Freedom, Yahweh breaks Israel out of slavery, parts the Red Sea, and leads them toward a promised land in Exodus 14. Bondage, Egypt represents oppression, forced labor, and a ruler who tries to crush their identity. Exodus 1, 8 through 14. Yahweh frees, the enemy enslaves. Yahweh's kingdom, deliverance, healing. Hasatan, addiction, oppression, destructive patterns. Someone tries to break free from a destructive habit. The enemy tries to pull them back with shame or temptation. Yahweh empowers them with grace, accountability, and renewal. See, every time, the closer you get to the Heavenly Father, the more the Hasatan's going to try to work on pulling you back away from Him. Now look at this. Look at this. The fall in Genesis 3. What was Hasatan's scheme? Deception, twisting Yahweh's words. Yahweh's kingdom, again, truth, obedience, and redemption, right? Now watch this. The serpent deceived Hava by questioning Yahweh's goodness and distorting His command. A lie aimed at breaking trust in Yahweh. Right? What's he do? He distorts it. He brings you doubt. Distorting His commands. Surely you will not die. Well, that's a lie. Now he did deceive Hava, but he did not deceive Adam, okay? That you need to know. But Yahweh's response to this. He promised a future Savior who would crush the serpent's head in Genesis 3:15. There was a man demonized in the synagogue in Mark 1, 21 through 28. In the synagogue at Capernaum, Yeshua is teaching when a man possessed by a demon suddenly cries out, "What have we to do with you, Yeshua of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us?" That's the demon talking. "I know who you are, the set apart one of Elohim." Yeshua rebukes the spirit. "Be silent and come out of him." And throwing him into convulsions, the unclean authority, the spirit called out with a loud voice, "And come out of him." The event demonstrates Yeshua's authority, not only in teaching, but also over spiritual forces. Hasatan schemes to what? Oppress and torment. He wants to torment us as much as possible. Yahweh's scheme, deliverance and authority. Like I said, we have the authority to resist the devil. And he has to flee. Hasatan is the mastermind behind spiritual attacks, seeking to oppose Yahweh's work and deceive humanity. And that's why you have all these doctrines, all these churches, all these different religions. It's going all over the place. He's deceiving people. That's why they're sending delusion. You don't want to know the truth of the Torah? Okay, I'll send you delusion. And that's what's happened in the church. That's what's happened over in Israel. One, Jews, a lot of Jews, most Jews don't even believe the Messiah even came yet. And then two, the modern day Pharisees, they're keeping the burdens on people through their talk and notes, deceiving them. Deceiving them. When people talk about a mastermind behind spiritual attacks, they're often trying to name the source of stress, fear, or negative patterns that feel bigger than everyday problems. Feeling spiritually drained or oppressed, being around certain people or environments leaves you feeling heavy or depleted. You feel unusually discouraged, hopeless, or attacked in your thoughts. How's not put people in your life? He'll put people in your life. You remember when the Canaanites, remember when they went into the land? And what did Yahweh say? Have nothing to do with the Canaanites. Don't blend with them. Don't have nothing to do with them. Why? They're deceitful. They have their own idols. Completely opposite of Yahweh's commands. Have nothing to do with them. That's the same thing here. Don't be around certain people or certain environments. There's people that you've heard say they love drama. They're around drama all the time. Get away from it. You don't want drama? Get away from it. You know, it's draining emotionally, physically, and most importantly, it's draining spiritually. Again, you feel discouraged, hopeless, or attacked in your thoughts. Yeah, Hasad's going to come into your thoughts. He's going to throw stuff in there. Rebuke it. Repeated negative thoughts or emotions. Constantly replaying past mistakes. Why are you living in the past? You can't change the past. So why live in it? Because if you're going to replay it, you're going to constantly make those same mistakes over and over and over. We all have something in our life we have to break. That's bad for us spiritually. The past is bad. It's over. Now pray. Now let's say you have to forgive. You need to forgive someone. And you pray to the Father, bring to my mind who I've hurt in my life. And if you can contact that person, call them up or meet them somewhere and ask for forgiveness. Hey, do you remember when da-da-da? I just want to let you know, I ask for your forgiveness. Please forgive me if I've wronged you. Through words or actions or whatever, physical or whatever it may be. But don't keep replaying the mistakes you made in your life. It's not going to change anything. It happened. But correct them and move forward and grow. Anxiety that sits in your chest like a knot, thinking over and over, why did I say that? Even though the moment is long gone and the other person probably forgot about it. But see, if it's on your mind, if it's your mind and you've wronged somebody, you need to go to that person and ask for forgiveness. You need to ask for forgiveness. And if someone's wronged you, you forgive them. Because remember what the Word says. You don't forgive, the Father's not going to forgive you. You know. Of course you put your foot in my... All of us put our foot in our mouth. Why did I say, what was I thinking? Well, you weren't thinking from the Father. Conflict with someone in your life. You avoid bringing up certain topics because you know it will lead to an argument. A family member brings up past mistakes to make a point. Wow. After all the trouble you caused back then, you'd think you'd want to make it up to us. Hey, let me tell you something. Someone approaches you like that, and you have a strong foundation on the Word, handle it correctly, okay? Don't react negatively to it. Just try to stay cool, calm, and collected. Have the Father guide you, have the Ruach come upon you, how to handle the situation. Because that's what people do. Sometimes people will bring up your past. Sometimes malicious, to hurt you, whatever reason they might have to do it. But you stand up to it. And if you wrong them and they come at you like that, hey, I ask for your forgiveness. I was wrong. You know, I've moved on. But I do ask for forgiveness. And like I said, if they don't forgive you, Father ain't going to forgive them either. Now it's Hasatan. He's called the ruler of this world in John 12:31. The prince of power of the air in Ephesians 2:2. The accuser of the brethren in Revelation 12:10. Hasatan lies and is the father of lies in John 8:44. He masquerades as a messenger of light in 2 Corinthians 11:14. He does signs and wonders in 2 Thessalonians 2:9. He tempts people to sin in 2 Corinthians 11:3. He is a murderer in John 8:44. He perverts the Torah. He twists it. He's wicked in Bereshit, Genesis 3:4. Remember what's in Genesis 3:4? He tells you shall certainly not die. He perverts the word. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening with all these doctrines. They're perverting the word. You know, in Christianity, they'll take one piece in Scripture and run with that instead of looking at what the context really says. What it really says. They pervert it. They pervert it. You know, it's like I did one on the food laws. Well, we eat in the Spirit. Or they say, well, see, it says we can eat, you know, we're free to eat it. The Torah's been abolished. And that's perverting the word. When we would eat whatever we want, we eat in the Spirit. But they pervert Kefa's vision. They're saying that gives them the right to eat whatever they want. Shrimp, lobster, pork, ham, you know. No, it's not. Now, Peter's vision was nothing about food, and I did a teaching on that. Now, same thing with Judaism. Though, when they're talking to us, they twist the word as well. Okay, putting on they say they sit in Moses' seat. We have a right to it because we sit in Moses' seat. No, not to twist the word. Moses says Moses' seat. Do as Moses says, as Moshe says. Not as they do, say and do. That's what that says. Now, here's Hasatan's strategies. Deception, twisting the truth, as seen in the Garden of Eden. Also, well, Christianity and Judaism, okay? Accusations, undermining believers' confidence in Yahweh's forgiveness. Division, sowing discord in families and communities. Is that not happening now? Is that not happening now? A house divided cannot stand. Divorce is going rampant. People are divided. In the church they're divided. In synagogues they're divided. Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, conservative synagogues, reformative synagogues. There's division all over the place. That's what Hasatan's trying to do. And you got to understand, the reason Hasatan's going to be defeated, we know he's going to be defeated, because he's divided himself. He's divided himself. He's not going to stand. Him and his little demons, the minions, they're all gone at the end. Their fate is sealed. And there's division in the country, in the world. That's why there's wars and rumors of wars. Fighting back and forth, shootings, killings, robberies, whatever it might be in this world. Temptation, exploiting human weaknesses to lead into sin. That's what Hasatan goes after. Whatever you're weak in, that's what he's going after. He's not going after your strength. You're strong already in this area. He's going after your weaknesses. To understand the battle, we need to begin with acknowledge that we are in a war. You have to admit you're in a war. You have to know you're in a war. If you don't realize you're in a war, you're going to continue down this path. We're in a race against time. You know, I did a teaching on once saved, always saved. Because, well, preachers will say when you get baptized, oh, you're saved now. The Word doesn't say that. The Word says those who endure to the end are saved. And I did a teaching on it. I called it Once Saved, Always Saved Life. Check it out. And I back everything up through the Word. We have to gain an understanding of Hasatan's schemes. How do you understand who Hasatan is without doing it? You cannot do it. This tells you his schemes. This is our Constitution, the Torah. Everything in here. It tells you his schemes. It tells you how to get out of his schemes. It tells you how to live what you would say a holy life. A set-apart life. To be sanctified from this world. See, we're not part of this world. We're not of this world. We're just passing through until Yeshua comes back. But you're not going to know who Hasatan is and his schemes and the twisted truth he does unless you study the Word. It's impossible. And I don't mean just read it and take one piece of Scripture and twist it all out. No, it's the context of it. And I'm not just talking about any war, but the war in the spiritual realm. The first step to understanding spiritual warfare is recognizing it exists. So many people don't realize it exists. They're in denial. They're in denial. Not only do you have to recognize it exists, but the enemy within you. And that's what I titled this teaching tonight. Spiritual warfare. The enemy within you. Each one of you. Me, you, everyone. Within us. A major characteristic of yeast in dough is that it spreads quickly and causes it to rise, right? You knead it, you fold it up, you knead it, let it sit for a while. What's it do? It rises, right? Like the yeast, though, if we're not careful, we'll open the door to the Sitra Hara, the dark forces, and it will rise in us. So we have to be on guard 24 hours a day, 7 days. Not just while we're awake, but in our sleep. We need to pray before we go to sleep for a shalom sleep as well. Hasatan doesn't create desires. He exploits and corrupts them. By knowing our weaknesses and emotions, he tempts us to misuse what is intended for good. We have to know our weaknesses. We have to know. You think we don't know all our weaknesses? There's things we do know, that's true. But there's things we may do we don't realize is a weakness. We may say it's a strength, when in reality it's not. So we have to know. And how are you going to know? Don't lean on your own understanding. The word says don't lean on your own understanding. We have to lean on him. Because we lean on our own understanding, we're not going to know anything. We're not going to know our weaknesses. You know, we're just going to fall into the same trap. Same trap. Darkness is the result of attempting to find truth without the word of Yahweh. Sadly, as Isaiah says, when people do not have the dawn, they wander in darkness and often become angry at Yahweh, refusing to come to him for help. Getting angry at Yahweh. We're guilty of that, by the way. We take it out on him. We're guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. I've done it in my life. I've gotten away from that a whole heck of a lot. I'm not saying I don't do it from time to time. I get angry. I get all that. And that's wrong, and I have to ask for forgiveness. But we need to come to him for help in any situation. This is why Hasatan masquerades as an angel of light is so effective. It turns white to black and black to white and gets you believing that Yahweh is the liar, that Yahweh is the source of darkness. Then, in your distress, you focus your hatred towards the only one who can save you. That's what Hasatan's trying to, like I say, he's trying to separate us from the Father. Okay? Now, the church will tell you, and I'll talk about this again later, blame the devil, blame him. He made you do it, whatever it might be. But Yahweh, what's Yahweh do? Because Hasatan can't do whatever he wants. In fact, he has to ask permission to do something to us. Because, see, Yahweh restricts, constrains, and limits what Hasatan can do. Hasatan in the Greek means adversary. He can't do whatever he wants. Like with Job, he didn't have too many limits. He could do anything but kill him. This happens after Hasatan challenges Job's integrity before Yahweh. Yahweh permits Hasatan to test Job. However, those limits don't include his wealth, his children, and his health. Okay? So what did Job lose? What exactly did he lose? He didn't lose his life, by the way, but what did he lose? His wealth. Raiders and disasters wipe out his livestock and servants. His children. A sudden wind collapses the house where they were gathered. His health. Painful sores cover his body. See, he lost everything, but he didn't lose his life. He didn't lose it. But he had sores on him, boy. Job never curses Yahweh, even though he questions and grieves deeply. In the end, Yahweh restores his fortune and gives him a new family and long life. Of course, you're going to question, this pain. You're going to question it. The only thing Job cursed was his birth. And who wouldn't curse his birth? My goodness, who wants to go through that? I wish I never was born. But he never cursed Yahweh. He questioned things, but he never lost faith in the Father. Even though he questions and grieves deeply, in the end, Yahweh restores his fortune, and like I said, gives a new family and a long life. But why does Yahweh test? Why does he does test. Hasatan tempts us. Yahweh tests us to expose the truth behind Hasatan's accusation. That's why he tests us. Hasatan claims Job only loves Yahweh because of his life is so comfortable. Yahweh allows the test to show that Job's faith is real, not dependent on blessings. When you look at the big picture, Job's looking at wealth didn't define him. His family didn't define him. His treasure was not here on earth. His treasure is in the heavenlies. He didn't depend on all these blessings. Yeah, he was happy that he was blessed with all these. That's true. But that wasn't his focus. His treasure wasn't here. He loved his family. Of course he loved his family. But his mind was with Yahweh. That's where the treasure is. To reveal that righteousness isn't transactional. The test demonstrates that true devotion isn't about getting things from Yahweh, but about relationship and trust. It's about a relationship with the Father. To deepen our love and understanding of Yahweh draws us closer, even though the path is painful. Hey, Yahweh didn't promise a bed of roses in this life, okay? You're going to have your ups and downs. This is an evil world, okay? The Word says we're not of this world. We're just passing through it, okay? So, you're not going to get an easy life, okay? But, if you obey Yahweh, and you truly love Yahweh, because He said if you love me, you'll obey, our reward is the kingdom. Our reward is to be with Him. That's our reward. Yeah, there's going to be beautiful stuff in the kingdom. I get that. That's not what it's about, though. It's about being with Yahweh and have a relationship with Him for eternity. Being with our King, Messiah, Mashiach, Yeshua. We're going to see King David, Moshe, Eliyahu, Elijah, Isaiah, Yeshayahu, and a plethora of other things. The disciples. We're going to commune, have intimacy with the Father forever and ever. Hey, Baruch Hashem. Now, remember I said earlier, the church lied to you that Hasatan can do whatever he wants. Again, he's restricted, constrained, and limited because the church lied to you, told you wrong, told you all that stuff, had you put this in this place of fear all the time. Now, if Yahweh allows it to happen to you, it's because you can, one, you can handle it no matter what we go through life, Yahweh gives us a way of escape, okay? And two, you need to grow from something that has to do with it. Yeah, He tests us. Yahweh will show us stuff where we're weak at. Sometimes people think they have a strong relationship with God. Well, you can be arrogant all you want at times, and we're all guilty of being arrogant and all this puffed up ego. I'm holier than thou. You hear that? I'm holier than thou. Hey, let me tell you something. Yahweh will test you. He'll humble you real quick. And if you listen to him, especially when he disciplines you, chastises you, if you're humbled by that, you will grow. That's why it needs to grow for something that has to do with it. Something in our life. He doesn't want to lose any of us. He will chastise us. He will discipline us because he loves us so much. And Hasatan isn't fully sovereign and in control. Yahweh is in control. Don't you ever forget that. Yahweh is in control, period. Now it may look like if you live an earthly life, and just focus on the earth, man, the devil's in control. Look how bad it's all going, all chaos. You don't think Yahweh can't stop this anytime? He can stop it just like that. He's in control, not Hasatan. Whenever someone is working like Hasatan, they're working as an adversary. The church told you to blame the devil. Don't blame the devil. If you didn't have it in you, you wouldn't have had it in you to do. It wouldn't be anything for him to mess with. You're going to do what you're going to do. Okay, yeah, Hasatan can tempt you, but if it's in you, whatever it might be, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. And that's what he's going to mess with. Your evil inclinations. You were in a false understanding because Hasatan part had lied through the devil's system and convinced you that he is different than what he really is. He doesn't initiate anything if it's not in you. You know, whatever it might be. It could be gossip, it could be drugs, it could be whatever. It's already in you. You're already doing these bad habits, these things for Hasatan. You're being an adversary already as it is. He's just encouraging you more, but you're going to do it if that's part of who you are at that moment. You know problems other people have that you have no struggle with. You know why? Because it's not in you. And they have things they don't struggle with that you do. And you don't understand why they don't struggle. Because that is in you. Some like to gossip. I don't like to gossip. That's not in me. Some like to party and get drunk. I don't get drunk. But some people do. Some like to manipulate, control others. Some are habitual liars. Struggling with confidence or motivation. Not knowing what direction to take in life. Feeling lonely, even when around people. Do you do some of these things? Now, I am guilty of things. But do you do some of those things? Because some people have a problem with that. Others don't. Why? Because it's not in them to do that. That's their strength. These are weaknesses. If you like to listen to gossip, hear gossip. If you like to party and get drunk, all these parties, these clubs, with all these cleverly dressed women and all that, and get drunk and party, that's not me. That's not my weakness. That's what Hasatan jumps on, is your weaknesses. You ever see, I'll give you an example. You ever see a cheetah? What does a cheetah do? He runs after the weak one. Does he not go after the weak prey? He's going to go after the weakest one. He's not going to go after he can go after a gazelle. Which is easier to get? A full-grown gazelle at a full gallop, or a baby gazelle? No, he's going after a little baby. It's the weak one. It's the weakness. Okay? Just like with us. He's going to go after our weaknesses. See, Hasatan walks about a lion seeking prey. What makes you like prey? Being weak or distracted. Weak emotionally, mentally, where you're susceptible to spiral and negative emotions. That's a great feeding ground for him. That's what he's looking at. He's looking for your weaknesses. He's looking for your weaknesses. You've got to stay awake. You've got to stay focused. Why? Why? Why do you have to stay focused? Why do you have to stay awake? Because it says in 1 Kepha, or 1 Peter 5:8, be sober, watch, because your adversary, the devil, walks about like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. He's trying to devour you. That's why you have to stay focused on the Word. You have to know the Word. And not just know it, you have to study it, but you have to apply it. See, you can know anything, you can know everything in this if you want. But if you don't apply it, it's useless. It's useless. Hasatan doesn't initiate it and isn't the root cause of anything. Hasatan isn't your problem. He's not our problem. He is encouraging you and taking advantage of whatever problem you have. He's not the problem. So why, I tell people many times, why are you focusing on Hasatan? Stop. Stop focusing on him. He's not the root cause. You're the root cause. The enemy within. You're your own worst enemy. And he takes advantages of that. Hasatan doesn't create desires. The desires are already in us because we've been doing them. These bad habits, whatever it might be. Like I said, drugs, partying, gossiping, whatever it might be. We got to get that out of our system. He doesn't create that. You create those desires. He exploits and corrupts them, though. By knowing our weaknesses and emotions, he tempts us to misuse what's intended for good. From that time, Yeshua began to show to his taught ones that it was necessary for him to go to Jerusalem and to suffer much from the elders and chief priests and scribes and be killed and to be raised again the third day. And Kepha took him aside and began to rebuke him. He's rebuking Yeshua, saying, "Be kind to yourself, Master. This shall not be to you." But he turned and said to Kepha, "Get behind me, Hasatan. You are a stumbling block to me. For your thoughts are not those of Elohim, but those of men." Matthew 16, 21, 23 through 23. Kepha did something that was a Hasatan role, like behavior. Yeshua says, "Get behind me, Hasatan. Don't act like an adversary. Don't be an adversary to me, Kepha." We see Hasatan is the adversary. Now the church won't teach you that like that. They won't teach you that. 1 John 3, 10 through 12. In this, the children of Elohim and the children of the devil are manifest. Everyone not doing righteousness is not of Elohim, neither one not loving his brother. Neither the one not loving his brother. Because this is the message that you heard from the beginning, that we should love one another. Not as Cain, who was of the wicked one and killed his brother. And why did he kill him? Because his works were wicked, but those of his brothers were righteousness. Do you see that? Cain's work was wicked. Abel's was of righteousness. So what you do manifest is parenting at the moment. The key word, at that moment. Did Hasatan make Cain kill Abel? Nope. Didn't do it. Doesn't have the power to do it. Cain had a problem. He had a weakness. He had some pride issues. He had some anger issues. He thought his brother made him look bad, when really he made himself look bad. He had a victim issue, and he wanted to blame his brother. All these things were going on that were weaknesses. Now when it says he was of the wicked, we should now know that he was not of the devil, but when he chose to act and be in a certain way, that made him a child of the devil. So many have been taught that in church. His behavior and his mindset, his thinking, was of the wicked one in that moment. And we all have moments like this. We're an adversary. We're doing the devil's deed when we sin. Okay? At that moment. You know, it's like people, the church will go say, "Well, you're baptized, now you're saved." What, at that moment? No, it's those who endure to the end. Because see, you're going to sin after you get baptized. You're going to sin. That's why you have to endure to the end. Not just right now for the moment. You have to endure to the end. See, we know this is true. Because what does Yahweh say to Cain after his offering is not accepted? In Bereshit 4, 6 through 7. And Yahweh said to Cain, why is he wroth towards you? And why is your face fallen? Is it not, if you do good, you are to be accepted? And if you do not do good, towards the door is a sin? He is lying, and towards you is his desire, and you must rule over him. Again, Bereshit, or Genesis 4, 6 through 7. In other words, then you'll be a child of mine. But right now, in that moment, you're not a child of mine. Yahweh knew there was other stuff happening with Cain. So that's how we see the consistency of the metaphor for the picture that's being painted there. Understand, this is not about life and death in that moment. It's about life and death as the potential eternal final decision. Like you're going to either be dead or you're going to live forever. Now, 1 John 2, 9 through 11. The one who says he is in the light and hates his brother is in the darkness until now. The one who loves his brother stays in the light, and there's no stumbling block in him. But the one who hates his brother is in the darkness and walks in the darkness, and does not know where he is going, because the darkness has blinded his eyes. So, how you treat each other, how you treat your brother, also an important factor to which one you're a child of. You're in darkness. You're a child of Hasatan in that moment. However, if you're in the light, you're a child of Yahweh in that moment. As you should already know, Yeshua is the light of the world. So don't be in darkness. Don't be in darkness. See, Isaiah 20 tells us, to the word and the testimony, if they don't teach this, there's no light in them. There's no light. It says in Isaiah, there's no light if you don't teach the truth. There's no light. And I'm paraphrasing some of it. Because you see, if you're in darkness, you can't see. And did I tell you earlier, you don't want to know the truth? You don't want to deal with the truth? You don't want to accept the truth? He'll send you delusion. Stay blinded. That's your choice. He didn't make the choice. You made the choice. Just like Hasatan can't make you do anything. You made your choice through your evil inclinations, your desires. About you're putting yourself in the center, not Yahweh in the center. Okay? Nature of the internal battle. Mind. Thoughts are contested. Truth versus lies. Humility versus pride. Doubt. Distrust in Yahweh's promises. I will never leave you nor forsake you. I will give you rest. I have plans to prosper you and not to harm you. I will be with you in trouble. Ask and you will receive. I will give you strength. Nothing can separate you from my love. Never doubt Yahweh. I just told you what he will do right here. Never doubt him. But Hasatan he wants you to distrust him. He wants you to have doubt. These words that Yahweh speaks of, he will do. Now, I will tell you this. Ask and you will receive. Even people take that out of context, and you will receive. Well, I prayed to the Father and he didn't give it to me. Well, when you pray, you'll receive it, but it has to line up with his will, what he wants for you. You just can't ask any old little thing, he's going to give it to you. And he might, it might be in his will, even if it's in his will, he might not do it right away. So you're going to have to trust him that he has what's best in your life for you. We have this, many people have these bad, I want it now. Not about now. It's about when He says. When He says. Of course, now, here you got, here's the devil. Here's Hasatan. Pride, self-exaltation. Me. Fear. Anxiety about the future. Why are you worried about the future? We already know what the future holds. We know what the future holds. We know how this is going to end. But we all go through some stuff like that. But the more you trust the Father, hey, in the Father's time, He's in control. Lust, fixation on desires, confusion, deception, and lies. Those are Hasatans. The heart. Oh, the heart. Emotions and desires can be directed toward love or selfishness. Using your passion to support, uplift, and encourage someone you care about. Using passion to dominate, manipulate, or get what you want without regard for the other's personal feelings. Works both ways. Yava's way or Hasatan's way. The target of temptation. Sin often begins in the heart through desire. James 1, 14 through 15. Pride turning into conflict. A person wants to be right so badly that they can't stand being corrected. That desire for superiority grows until it leads to harsh words spoken. Until it leads to harsh words. Broken relationships or refusing to apologize. See, here comes that pride setting. I'm not going to do it. Forget you. You're wrong. I'm right. No matter what you say, I don't care. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to forgive you. That's Hasatan working. You're being an adversary for Hasatan. And we've all done this, so I'm not blaming all other people. We're all guilty of this at one point in time in our life. Now, battle for loyalty. The heart can be divided between Yahweh and worldly idols, it says in Matthew 6:21. Matthew 15:19, for out of the heart comes evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false testimony, slander. The will. Your will. The will. Choices reflect either obedience to Yahweh or surrender to temptation in Joshua 24:15. The will represents our capacity to choose. We're going to choose obedience or we're going to choose rebellion. Are we going to surrender or are we going to resist? Life and death. Life and death. It's your choice. No one's forcing you. We all have the will. We either choose Yahweh or we choose the world and Hasatan. Spiritual warfare is fought in the arena of the mind, of the will, where choices determine whether the flesh or the spirit prevails. The will is torn between self-centered desires and Yahweh's Torah. Back and forth. It's like you've been pulled back and forth, back and forth. Self-centered desires say, serve me. The Torah says, serve Yahweh. Self-centered desires. These are desires focused on self-gratification, control, or personal gain, often at the expense of others. Wanting power so you can dominate or be above others. Wanting wealth only to indulge yourself without generosity. Seeking pleasure without responsibility or commitment. Wanting recognition so you can feel superior. Holding grudges because it feels satisfying to stay angry. Taking advantage of others for convenience or personal benefit. Refusing correction because pride feels more comfortable than growth. These desires revolve around the me first, even if others are harmed or ignored. See, this type of behavior is all about you. I don't care if I hurt somebody. I could care less. I cuss them out. They get angry. That's their problem, not mine. That's what that is. That's what part of that is. Yahweh's Torah, though, if you're following Yahweh and truly trying to improve your life and get away from your evil desires, Yahweh's Torah redirects those same human impulses towards love, justice, humility, and holiness. Power, used to protect the weak in Deuteronomy 10, 18 through 19. Wealth, used to care for the poor, stranger, widow, and orphan in Deuteronomy 15, 7 through 11. Pleasure, expressed within covenant faithfulness, Exodus 20, 14. Recognition, replaced with humility before Yahweh, Micah 6, 8. Anger, transformed into forgiveness and reconciliation back to the Father, Leviticus 19, 18. Opportunity, used to act with honesty and righteousness, Leviticus 19, 35 to 36. Correction, embraced as discipline that leads to life, Proverbs 3, 11 through 12. Torah takes natural human desires and teaches how to aim them toward love of Yahweh and the love of our neighbor. See, Ephesians 6:12 tells us, because we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against authorities, against the world rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual matters of wickedness in the heavenlies. We have only one opportunity in this life, an opportunity to be with Yahweh for eternity or eternal separation. We're not guaranteed tomorrow, so live today like it's your last day. See, that's what we wrestle with. The flesh and blood against the principalities, against the authorities, against the world rulers of darkness, against the Sitra Hara. We're our own worst enemy within. When you do not know of tomorrow, for what is your life? For it is a vapor that appears for a little and then disappears. In Yaakov or James 4:14, we're only a vapor. We're here and gone so quick. We don't know tomorrow. We're not even guaranteed tomorrow. So live today like it's your last. This passage reminds us that we make plans, but our lives are like a vapor here for a moment, and then poof, gone. It teaches humility and dependence on Yahweh's will. We're to depend on Yahweh. But if you're of this world, you're dependent on Hasatan, doing his work. You're his servant. No, you want to serve Yahweh, not Hasatan. Because you serve Hasatan, you're going to be gone. And I mean forever. Never. You're eternally separated from the Father. That's the worst thing that ever happened. I know there's a lot of things can happen to us in life. People burn to death. People get murdered, shot, stabbed, choking, whatever it might be. Cancer, or all these, any other diseases, leukemia, pneumonia, migraine, whatever kills you, you know. People commit suicide. No. Be dependent. Depend on Yahweh. Because see, He'll never leave you or forsake you. He loves you. And yes, He will discipline you when you need to be disciplined, because He loves you that much. He's willing to do that for us. He's our Father. Then a parent spank the child to correct them, or to make sure they don't do wrong anymore, don't do bad. Same thing here at the Father. He'll spank us. He'll discipline us. And no matter how He disciplines us, He's justified in everything He does. You know, people say, well, how come the Father did this? You know, what's going on? Why, if He's so loving, why is all these people dying, the earthquakes, whatever might be happening in life? You know, it's like with Caleb in the desert, man. They're making rumbles against Moshe. He brings Caleb out and a few others out. Watch this, people, and they're all around watching, you know. Boom. Earth opens up, earthquake, boom. They sucked in, they're dead. And he was justified in doing that. He was justified in doing that. You know, the church wants to tells you, you know, God loves, you know. Yeah, He does love. But let me tell you something. He gets angry too. He gets angry. Okay? Don't tell half the story. That's what Christianity does. They tell the New Testament. First of all, there's no such thing as a New Testament. The New Testament wasn't even written during the disciples' time, or Yeshua's time and all that. Okay? The whole book is the Word. Okay? The whole book. and the disciples, they're only quoting from the Tanakh. Yeshua's quoting from the Tanakh. The Torah, the writings, and the prophets. That's what they had. That's what those writings are. But read the whole book. And live a Kadosh life, a holy life, a set-apart life. Like I said earlier, Hasatan doesn't create desires. He exploits and corrupts them. By knowing our weaknesses and emotions, he tempts us to misuse what is intended for good. Yeah, and I'm repeating that again. You know, the thing with the Father, he repeats stuff over and over in this book. If you love me, if you love me, if you love me, you know. He reminds us all the time. He says it again to keep it in our mind. Like I said, spiritual warfare is the ongoing conflict between the forces of Yahweh and the forces of Sitra Hara, the dark forces, often described as the kingdom of light versus the kingdom of darkness. Kingdom of Yahweh, represented by Yeshua, the Ruach HaKodesh, angels, and the truth. Kingdom of darkness, represented by Hasatan and demonic forces, which seek to deceive, tempt, and separate humanity from Yahweh. Unexplained discouragement or fear, feeling like something is wrong, even when everything around you is stable. Waking up with a sense of dread for no clear reason. That's how Satan's working on you. Persistent temptation or spiritual doubt. Feeling unsure whether you're being guided or just imagining things. Questioning your purpose or calling, even when nothing external has changed. This is what Hasatan does. That's what he does. He wants you to have doubt. Well, if Yahweh loves you so much, how come he's letting you go through all this? That's a loving God? You want that in your life? Really? That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's trying to put doubt in that mind. Trying to get you separated. Disruptions in relationships or emotional turmoil. Misreading someone's tone and assuming they're upset with you, even when they aren't. Feeling like you're on edge around people you love without a clear trigger. Having small disagreements turn into bigger emotional reactions than the situation calls for. Spiritual warfare is not just about dramatic confrontations with evil. It's often subtle, affecting thoughts, emotions, and daily living. Imagine someone who has decided to live with integrity, no lying, no cutting corners at work. Suddenly, they face pressure from a boss to falsify a report to make the company look better. The temptation isn't just about the report. It's a battle between truth, aligned with Yahweh's will, and deception, aligned with Sitra Hara. So you have to make choice, and this is work, but it can go in families, friends, everyday things in life. You have to make a choice how you're going to handle things. And when you have a solid foundation on Torah, you're going to have to make a decision. Do I do what is right, or do I skew it a little bit? You know, you can't skew anything. You can't. You know, people say, well, you know, it's only a little white lie. No, a lie is a lie, period. No, you have to make a choice. And we all make choices in life. Like I said, Hasatan can't make you do anything. He doesn't have that power. Can't make you do it, can't make you do anything. Spiritual discernment versus spiritual confusion. Truth. Aligning your life with the Torah. Choosing honesty even when a lie would be easier or more convenient. And that's what a lot of people do. I don't want to deal with the drama, I'm just going to lie. I'm just going to tell a little white lie, like I said, I'll just tell a little white lie and get past it. No. You're going to get punished for that. Treating people with kindness, patience, and dignity, especially when they're difficult. You know, sometimes you got to bite your tongue and ask the Ruach to come upon you how to handle this and handle it correctly. Forgiving someone instead of holding on to resentment. And that's what a lot of people do. They hold on to this anger, they hold on to resentment. They don't want to forget. Move on. Forgive. Forgive. Take that burden off of you. Because see, it doesn't matter what the resentment is. If you're going to hold on to anger or anything in your life, you're going to project it on other people. Because that's what happens. It spreads. Remember I talked about the yeast spreading and rising up? Same thing with sin. You want to hold that resentment? You don't want to forgive? It's going to grow. And it's going to grow in other areas of your life. Helping someone in need without expecting anything in return. Do it because you love to do it. Don't expect something in return for it. Hey, not a problem, I'll help you. What am I going to get for it? No, that's not how you handle it. Hey, what a blessing. Yeah, thanks for asking me to help you. Being faithful in commitments to family, friends, work, or community. Practicing humility instead of acting out of pride or ego. Setting aside time for prayer, reflection, or worship and study. Be like a Berean. Study word, just don't read it. You know, Christianity, they'll tell the children, hey, Sunday school next Sunday, I want you to memorize this verse. I mean, you can memorize the whole scriptures if you want, but if you don't apply it and know what it means in context, it's useless. So you got to meditate on it. You got to find intimacy with the Father, to be with Him, and allow the Ruach to come upon you in prayer and in study. So when someone comes to you with a question about the Word, you're going to know the answer to that in context. In context. I have to when someone asks me about things that I have taught, I have to come up with the answers in this. And I answer it with the Scripture and back it up with the Scripture. Acting with integrity when no one is watching. Don't be false. You know, there's so many people that'll smile at you, and that's not who they really are. They're putting on a false front. So, let your light shine through you. Let the light of Yahweh shine through you. The Word shine through you and reflect and show. Yeshua said, be imitators of me. Well, what did he mean by that? Walk the Torah, apply the Torah in everyday life. Showing compassion to the vulnerable, the poor, the lonely, the hurting. Seeking justice and standing up for what's right, even when it's uncomfortable. Hey, let me tell you something. I've gotten attacked. Doing all these teachings, I've gotten attacked by all sorts of people. They just got done with Christmas last month. I got attacked by parents. How can you say that? You can't call me a hypocrite. I said, now tell them, do you teach your child that it's a sin to lie? Yes, we do. So why do you at the same breath say, you better be good because Santa knows whether you've been naughty or nice? You're making him into a deity. And you're telling this child, hey, go to sleep because Santa's won't come down the chimney or come leave you presents until you go to sleep. That's hypocrisy. But I got attacked on that just for saying that, among other things. But I got attacked on that. I cannot let that get to me. The truth is the truth. The Word says not have anything to do with paganism. And that's one of them. And I did teaching on Easter, which is Ishtar, and I got attacked for that as well. Now, there's deceptions as well, right? Believing the lies of Hasatan. You're not good enough. God is disappointed in you. You're alone. No one cares. Your past defines you. You can't change. Everyone else has it together except you. He's putting this in your mind. Now, you can choose to believe it and follow it and apply it, or, again, like the Word says, you can resist the devil and he has to leave. So don't believe that. But, you know, it's like the Word. It's like you have these different doctrines. The Word says we've been inherited lies from our fathers, from the fathers. So all these lies are passed down, passed down, passed down, passed down. Well, if it's told enough over time, people are going to start believing this. And they're not going to question the authority figure, the pastor, or even be the teachers of the Torah, especially the ones that are doing the talking notes. You know, well, our pastor knows the talk. He's learned. He's a knowledgeable man. He knows. Now we're not going to question. We'll ask him questions, but we're not going to challenge him. Well, you got to, because see, when Judgment Day comes, it ain't a group thing. It's an individual thing. So, truth brings clarity, healing, and freedom. The Torah brings all that. Deception, which is Hasatan's forte, brings confusion, division, and harm. And that's what we're seeing. Hasatan's goal is to deceive, tempt, and separate us from Yahweh. Again, he distorts truth, often mixing it with just enough lies to confuse or mislead. And that's what the pastors do. That's what the church does. They're telling the truth on some stuff like lying, of God and all this. Don't steal, don't murder, don't kill, all this, love your neighbors. But they distort it. They distort the truth. Because now they're taking one piece of scripture like saved. You're saved now, you're baptized, you're saved. They distort it. They distort that. That's just one example of many I could give. But that's one big one right there. But they tell you enough to reel you in. And most Christians don't study the Word. They'll read their Bible, they'll read what the teaching of the day is on Sunday and until next Sunday, but they don't really study it. They'll look at this because they'll look at the New Testament, but they won't go to the first 5 books of the Torah, which is our Constitution, our foundation. Because that's been done away with. That's been done away with. The food laws, the Moedim, those are Jewish. We don't have to do those. Yeah, you have to do them. Yeah, you have to do them. Period. Because the Yahweh commanded us to follow those. We have to do it. Hasatan disguises himself as an angel of light. Again, 2 Corinthians 11:14. False teachers or ideologies may appear righteous, but subtle leads people astray. That's why you have to meditate and pray and study every day. Because it may appear, it sounds good to the ear. It sounds good to the ear, and I'm enough with that. It sounds good to me. No. That's how you get light. That's how subtle ways of Hasatan does it. And it says in 1 Timothy 4:1, and I'm paraphrasing, if you're not teaching this doctrine, the Torah, if you're not teaching, you're teaching doctrines of demons. If it doesn't line up with the Torah, you're teaching doctrines of demons. And I've told people that. I said, the Word says this, you're teaching this, but the Word says this. What you're teaching is doctrine of demons, and they don't like hearing that. See, that people don't like hearing that. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong. When I first started putting teaching together, praying to the Father, and the Father wanted me to do these teaching, I got corrected many times. Did I like it early on? No, I didn't like it. But hey, Yahweh says, hey, let me tell you something. I've anointed you to do this ministry here, and spread that word. I will discipline you. I will chastise you. He did chastise me, and Yahweh did punish me for that. Because he wants me to get back on track here. Get off your arrogance. Get off your pride. Who are you? Listen to the Torah teachers, the ones I bring to you, that will correct you. And he humbled me. So I welcome that. And that's how I learned too. Hasatan exploits human desires, power, pleasure, pride, to lure people into sin. See, he tempts you with it. He lures you. It brings it to you. Whether it's people going to strip clubs or whatever, or drugs, needles, however you do it, pills, lust, prostitution, whatever it might be. Whatever it might be in life. Alcohol. He tempts you with it. But he can't make you do that. The desires already, you already have that desire to want to do it already. He's just tempting you here. You either reject it and go to Yahweh, or you get sucked into it. You know? You got to make a choice. Solves arguments among believers, families and communities, and division. Okay? Uses guilt and shame to isolate believers, undermines unity, twisting Scripture. That's wicked. That's what okay was. Wicked. It's twisting. So wick, twisting it. Taking it out of context. People who say Hasatan made me do it are delusional instead of taking responsibility for their choices they make in life. Hasatan make you do anything. He doesn't have that power over you. In fact, you have power over Hasatan. The devil made me do it is a lie because it shifts responsibility and excuse for one's actions to an external force. Anything you can do in life, you sin, it's on you. Don't blame him. He didn't make you do it. You did it to yourself. If you hold on to your evil inclination, it will be your downfall. The power of these demonic demons is only as strong as the fuel source. It's alive and well in those who continue to fuel these desires. The more you feed the Sitra Hara, the stronger it will become. You ever see a drug addict? When he starts taking that, first takes that drug, someone introduces it to him, he makes that choice to take it. The body wants it more, so he takes more of it. Well, I'm not getting that same feel. I need more of it. Alcoholic, same way. I get drunk. I need more of it. I need it more. It gets stronger. You're fueling it. It can be in prostitution. It can be in embezzlement, stealing. People embezzle from companies all the time. But they get that taste of it, and they think they're satisfied with it. I want more of it. I want more. Greed. Gamblers, they gamble. They win a little bit of money, right? Oh yeah, I'm on a winning streak now. Well, say they go on a losing streak. Well, they want it even more. They got to win it back. You're fueling it. You're fueling that desire. Like I said, he doesn't have power over you. The power of these demonic demons is only as strong as the fuel source. You're fueling it. The more you feed it, the more you're going to get it. You're going to take it. You replay a hurt over and over, and the bitterness grows until it colors how you see everything. See, again, those past lives, those past mistakes. You live it. You replay it in your mind. That's what Hasatan wants to do. He don't want you to forget it. He wants you to replay in your mind over and over. You get nightmares from it too. Anxiety, heart palpitations, whatever, high blood pressure, whatever it might be. Because you won't let it go. The hurt, you got to let that hurt go and give it to the Father. Surrender to the Father. And He'll guide you how to get rid of that and get healing from it. And to make the wrong right by asking for forgiveness if you've done someone wrong. You've done it wrong, you can make it right by doing the right thing. Now if that person doesn't forgive you, don't worry about that. Don't even get that weighted on you. Just, hey, I've done my part. It's up to them whether they need to forgive me. And same, turn around. You need to forgive that person. You can't hold on bitterness. Like I said, you replay a hurt over and over, and the bitterness grows until it colors how you see everything, assuming the worst about someone's intentions because you haven't let go of a previous wound. And that's what people do, and we're all guilty of it one time or another. We hold on to things. Stop. Let it go. And let the Father work in you. The more you feed your sin, the greater the beast within becomes until finally it consumes you. Fueling the lust, strip clubs, porn, prostitution, money, gluttony. Fueling the drug addict, the drug dealers, they're fueling it, they're giving it to you because you're going to you. I need that drug, I need the drug. The body's aching. Fueling the alcoholic, friends or family. It's who you're around. You want to be around these type of people, then chances are you're going to be part of that. Fueling the anger, drama with friends or family. Fueling the lashon hara, the evil tongue. Gossip. And let me tell you something. Not only is it a sin to gossip, you listen to someone gossiping about someone else, you're no better than they are. Same thing. You're no better than they are. You feel powerless and trapped. You believe you can't win, no matter how much you succeed. You can't prove the dark forces wrong. Yet when you give up and fail, you just prove them right. When you give up and give in, you open up the floodgates of the Sitra Ra. Don't give up. The Father's not going to give up on you. He's not going to give up on you. But you give up on yourself until it consumes you. It's like Robin Williams. He gave up. What did he do at the end? He killed himself. He hung himself, basically. He gave up. It came on, until basically he said, enough's enough, and he waited till everyone left. He was home alone. His wife left. Then he killed himself. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he left a note saying, I'm sorry. No, you weren't sorry. You did what you did. You did a selfish act. You did a selfish act. You weren't sorry what you did. Because if you were truly sorry, you would have came to the Father. You'd have prayed, oh, help me, Father, help me. You'd have cried, bowed down, whatever. Help me. Or get help. And that's just one example, by the way. You tell a tiny lie to avoid discomfort, and suddenly lying becomes easier the next time and the next. It's a habit. If you had bad habits, more bad habits are going to come, or that habit's going to get stronger. Like for this one here, lying. It's nothing. Now it becomes part of your life. It becomes part of your life. Now, instead of addressing hurt, you let bitterness grow, and it begins coloring how you see everything and everyone. You stop believing anything good can happen, and that mindset starts shaping your choices. The mindset, what you're thinking, how you approach life, how you see life. That starts becoming your choices even more. And you're going to get deeper and deeper into it. The deeper you cater into these dark forces, the dimmer the light becomes, to the point you're drowning in your own self-pity. Much like a shadow, it's this dark image that follows you around, always behind you, always attached to you. It seems impossible to run away or lose your shadow, because ultimately your shadow is a representation of you. That's who you are at that moment. And people say, oh, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what I'm going to do. You're never overwhelmed, okay? You're never overwhelmed. Because the Father said no matter what comes into your life, He has a way of escape. You can handle it. You can handle this. Consequences of rebellious individuals against Yahweh and the results of the choices they made. Now, here's some examples of the consequences of being rebellious. Pharaoh in Exodus 5 through 12. Refused to let the Israelites go, leading to 10 plagues. What was the punishment? He lost his army in the Red Sea, and his firstborn son was killed in the 10th plague. Consequences. Korah in Numbers 16 led a rebellion against Moshe and Aaron. What was the punishment? Swallowed up by the earth along with his followers. Sodom and Gomorrah, Genesis 18:19, engaged in extreme wickedness and immortality. What was the punishment? Destroyed by fire and brimstone. Can you imagine? They were lusting, doing all sorts of filthy things in those places. They were destroyed by fire and brimstone. They burned, and they felt that. And Yahweh rained sulfur and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah from Yahweh out of the heavens in Genesis 19:24. Jude 1:7, indulging in sexual immorality and perversion. Ezekiel 16:49-50, arrogance, neglect of the poor. Idolatry, worship of false gods. Pride and arrogance, elevating one's own status or ego above humility before Yahweh. Materialism, where your treasures are. Treating wealth, possessions, or success as ultimate goals. Pleasure seeking, making personal desires the highest authority. Neglect of others, ignoring the poor and vulnerable because the self is prioritized. Autonomy without Yahweh, living as if one is the ultimate authority, rejecting divine guidance. King Saul in 1 Samuel 15, he disobeyed Yahweh's command to destroy the Amalekites. He disobeyed a direct order from Yahweh to destroy the Amalekites. What was his punishment? He lost his kingdom and was killed in battle. Ananias and Sapphira in Acts 5, they lied to the Ruach HaKodesh about their offering. They lied to the set-apart spirit. What was their punishment? Died suddenly, with Ananias dying first, followed by Sapphira a few hours later. The choices we make, there's consequence. The Hastan didn't make these people do this. We made choices. We make choices. And there's consequences to that. 2 Samuel 6. Touched the Ark of the Covenant, leading to Yahweh's anger. Punishment, died instantly. Nadab and Abihu, Leviticus 10. Offered strange fire to the Lord. What was the punishment? Consumed by fire. Jezebel, and I did a teaching on Jezebel. I called it the Jezebel spirit, lady of persuasion. The Jezebel, 1 Kings 21, 2 Kings 9. Promoted idolatry and persecuted Yahweh's prophets. What was her punishment? Thrown down from a window, trampled by horses. She was thrown down, trampled by horses, and eaten by dogs. These punishments were meant to serve as examples and warnings. They're warning to us. There's blessings and curses. Which are you going to take? It's your choice. Because there's a consequence and there's a blessing. Hastan's ability to disguise as a messenger of light is a well-known biblical theme. Spiritual deception. Hastan has used spiritual deception to manipulate individuals into believing they are acting in accordance with Yahweh's will, while in reality they are under the influence of the Sitra Hara. Mistaking feelings for truth. Believing something is right simply because it feels comforting or exciting in a moment, even when it contradicts the Torah. Like I said, I did a teaching on the once saved, always saved that the preachers preach. That contradicts the Torah. Period. You're not saved now. That contradicts the Torah. Christmas and Easter contradicts the Torah. These are pagan origins, paganism. Now, saying I feel led or God told me when it's really personal desire, fear or pride, or sorry I feel led or God told me when it's really personal desire, fear or pride speaking. We're all guilty of this, by the way. Trusting in someone's charm, confidence, or authority more than the actual truth or wisdom, what they're saying. And I've quoted this gentleman out of Houston, Joel Osteen. Here's what he said. Here's what he said. And I quote, "I will not preach on sin because sin makes people feel bad. And I will not have people leaving my church feeling bad." Really? You're not going to teach them sin? The Word says teach it. How are you going to know sin unless it's through the Torah? Really? Shoal says it. Look, here's what Shoal said in Romans 7:7. What then shall we say? Is the Torah sin? Let it not be. However, I did not know sin except through the Torah. For also the covetousness I knew not if the Torah had not said, you shall not covet. Now, people, even Christians, the pastor will teach that. See, that's in the New Testament. Hey, you know what? What did I say earlier? Yeshua, the disciples, they didn't have the New Testament. They were quoting from the Torah, or the writings, or the prophets. Oh, this quote that I just read to you from Romans 7:7, Shaul was quoting Exodus 20:17 and Deuteronomy 5:21. Okay? False prophets. Many individuals have been led astray by false prophets who claim to be messengers of Yahweh, but in reality, messengers of Hasatan. And that's what I'm saying. If it doesn't line up with the word, like it says in 1 Timothy 4:1, these are doctrines of demons. And people are so many people are led astray because of that. And they don't get that. They don't understand. They're willing to listen to false teachers without studying and learning. Well, is that really, does that line up with the word? That's what the Bereans read. Does it line up? That's what you got to know. You got to question teachers instead of just being lazy and just listen to what they have to say. Oh, that's sweet, you know. No. Again, here's Seventh-day Adventists. They revere Ellen White of the Seventh-day Adventists. In 1856 conference prophecy, White declared that some people present at a church conference in 1856 would live to see Christ's return, while others would die before then. All attendees have since died, making this prediction unfulfilled. They believed her. They all died. Didn't come to truth, did it? That prophecy's wrong. She's a false prophet. Now, she won't say, I don't think she said she was a prophet, but that's a prophecy that she made. Ellen White. Satan, who is the father of lies, deceived Adam. Evangelism, page 598. She said Adam was deceived. Adam wasn't deceived. Adam was not the one deceived, it says in 1 Timothy 2:14. Well, that's another lie she told. Cults and sects. Groups like the Heaven's Gate, the Branch Davidians, and Jim Jones have been led to believe in false teachings and visions, believing they were receiving divine revelations, when in fact it was from Hasatan and his demons. And so many people, and I'm going to go into some of this, so many people fell for that lie. And guess what? So many people died following them. Why? Why? Because they chose to believe them and not study the word, what it says. They were deceived, but they made that choice. Hasatan didn't make them follow them. They made that choice. Hasatan just used these people because they wanted to follow Hasatan, basically. So, Heaven's Gate founder Marshall H. Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles met in 1972 and soon became convinced that they were the two end-time witnesses mentioned in Revelations 11. And they had people believe in that they were the end-time witnesses. Early in 1997, a rumor circulated among the New Age community that an artificial object or spaceship was following the recently discovered comet Hale-Bopp, which would approach close to the Earth around the time of the spring equinox. As the comet approached, the Heaven's Gate group, which had shrunk to only 39 members because people were leaving, they were wise enough, open up enough to leave, members took poison, not in one wave, not in two waves, but three waves of 15, 15, and 9, in the belief that the spaceship would arrive to take them to a better place. Prior to the event, the members of the group made a video explaining their individual reasons for their chosen path. They knew they were taking poison. They knew they were going to die when they took that poison. They knew it. And they still did it. They still did it. They still did it. But they made that choice. No one forced them to that. They have a mind of their own. They can read. They can study the scripture. They didn't want the truth, though. They chose to commit suicide. Now, they don't believe they committed suicide. They believe what this guy was saying. Truth is, they committed suicide. David Koresh believed he was the Messiah, Yeshua. He stated, if the Bible is true, then I'm Christ. He's saying that. And remember, the word says there are going to be many anti-messiahs coming. He's one of them. He was charismatic. He taught that the end of the world was imminent. Declared himself the Lamb of God. The only one who could unlock the 7 seals of Revelation. Followers saw him as a prophet, which created dependency on his spiritual authority. He blurred boundaries between spiritual devotion and personal loyalty. Members were cut off from mainstream society, which reinforced dependence on him. See, that's what's Hasatan do? Cut us off from Yahweh. He's trying to separate us, right? Well, here's another one. Even separating more. Now I'm going to separate you from society. Can you imagine if someone could get a hold of them? Hey, here's the truth. Here's what the word says. Maybe, just maybe, some would open their ears and gotten out of there before it was too late. Koresh's teachings fused biblical prophecy with personal authority, while his methods of isolation, fear, and manipulation, these are all Hasatan's tools, ensured loyalty even in the face of death. His story remains a cautionary tale about how religious extremism and psychological control can intertwine to devastating effects. They burned to death. Isn't just outside of Waco, ended up in death. They all burned. Jim Jones was an American cult leader who promised his followers a utopia in the jungles of South America after proclaiming himself Messiah of the People's Temple. Another one, another false Messiah. He was California-based People's Temple. Jonestown was an agricultural commune in Guyana. Jonestown massacre, mass murder, suicide, Guyana, 1978. The death toll, 900, including some 300 who were aged 17 and under. After members of the press began to ask questions, because people, the Senator for the United States actually came down there, about Jones' operation, he moved in 1977 with several hundred of his followers to Jonestown. See, once they were getting onto it and trying to expose this, he said, hey, pack up your things, we're moving down South America. 100 of his followers to Jonestown, a compound that he had been building in Guyana for some 3 or 4 years. He had this planned all along. He was thinking ahead already. He already knew he was going to get them down there. In 1978, U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan traveled to Guyana to inspect the People's Temple's activities in the Jonestown compound. He was investigating rumors that some members of the cult were being held against their will, and that some were being subjected to physical and psychological abuse. When Ryan was set to return home, several temple members who wanted to leave the compound boarded his delegation's truck in order to accompany him back to the United States. See, some were already wanting to leave. They didn't want no part of it. They woke up to a point, hey, get us out of here. Temple members then launched an attack at the airstrip. 5 people, including Ryan and 3 members of the press, were shot and killed, and 11 others were wounded. In the wake of the shooting, Jones released a radio orders for temple members outside the compound to commit suicide. He told them, you need to commit suicide. He's telling them that. Jones enacted his revolutionary suicide plan at the compound, which members had practiced. Now see, again, like he was planning already years before to go down to Guyana, here again. They've been planning this. In fact, he had practiced it in the past, in which a fruit drink was laced with cyanide, tranquilizers, and sedatives. He was getting them used to it. This is all planned out. It was first squirted into the mouths of babies, the cyanide. And children via syringes, and then swallowed by adult members. See? The babies. And he made them take it, too. Now some, yeah, they were going to drink it, but he forced it on them, too. The babies, you know, Jones himself was shot dead in the head. What I'm trying to get to you to understand, be careful who you're listening to. Now, most people are not going to go to that extent, that's true, but they died and they committed suicide. Same thing with you listening to false teachers. If you follow them and you deny the Torah, you deny obeying the Father, same fate could come to you too. Now, I don't know who's going to go to the kingdom. That's not my call. But it's no different. That's death. These are doctrines of demons if it doesn't line up with the Word. That's death. That's dead doctrine. But what I was just talking about here, these examples illustrate that Hasatan's cunning ability to deceive and mislead people into believing they are receiving divine messages from Yahweh, while in reality they are being deceived by Hasatan. It is important to remain vigilant and discern the truth to avoid falling into spiritual entrapment. How do you discern? You pray, you meditate, you have intimacy with the Father, you have time with Him. You study the Word, and not just study the Word, you apply it in your everyday life, you live it. What did I say earlier? Yeshua said, be like Yeshua, be imitators of Yeshua. He breathed it, He walked it, He talked it, He applied it all. The Word. And that's not Christianity, not Judaism, they're talking notes, not Hinduism, Buddhism, and all these other false religions. The Word. That's what we apply, is that. Hasatan tempts us through many subtle and powerful strategies by appealing to our own desires. And when you see, he's appealing to our desires. It's us. The enemy within. We're our own worst enemies. Our desires. Whispering half-truths that feel comforting. No one will know. You deserve this. It's not that big of a deal. You can fix it later. Just wait. Don't worry about it now. Fix it later. What if you die the next second? He customizes temptation to exploit personal weaknesses, lust, greed, pride, envy, or anger. The enemy within you doing the work of Hasatan. The enemy within you serving him instead of serving Yahweh. The whisper in your mind shows up as a whisper that sounds like your own thoughts. If someone struggles with anger, you deserve to lash out. Don't forgive. They don't deserve it. Hold on to that grudge. Hold on to that grudge. It protects you. It feeds you the desire for control or justice. It's evil. In your own thoughts. He puts thoughts in your mind. He puts stuff in your mind. You either rebuke it or you suck into it. If someone struggles with pride, you're better than them. You don't need advice or accountability. You're always right. It plays into the desire to feel superior or self-sufficient. If someone struggles with pleasure-seeking, you deserve this escape. Just this once won't matter. You can deal with consequences later. It targets the craving for relief. Your craving, what are your desires that you're doing? That's sinful. You're doing it to yourself. He's just encouraging it. He's putting it in your mind. 2 Corinthians 11:14 warns that Hasatan disguises himself as a messenger of light, meaning he can make sin look attractive or harmless. Just as he did with Hava in the garden in Genesis 3 and tried with Yeshua in the wilderness, Matthew 4, Hasatan distorts Scripture to confuse and mislead. He misled Hava, he deceived her. Not Yeshua though. He tried every which way but loose. But Yeshua overcame, proving that we can do it as well. That's why we need to be imitators of Yeshua. He plants seeds of doubt about Yahweh's Torah, encouraging people to question Yahweh's command. You know, you go to a Christian church. No, that's the Old Testament. We don't have to do the food laws. We don't have to do the Moedines, you know, Yom Kippur, Shabbat, the food laws, the new moons or new months, Rosh Chodesh, and so on. Yom Teruah, Feast of Trumpets, Pentecost, Shavuot, and so on. There's more. But he misleads. He plants seeds of doubt. And you question his commands. You know, makes you have doubt. That's why when I hear these preachers talking, oh, it's a feel-good message, you know. And Joel Osteen won't preach on sin, and he's got what 20,000 twice every Sunday coming to his church in Houston. The parables of the sour seeds represent the word of Yahweh. Good soil allows faith to grow, but poor soil, symbolizing distraction, temptation, or disbelief, allows doubt to choke out spiritual growth. What do weeds do to grass? They choke them out. That's why you gotta get rid of the weeds. That's why you gotta get rid of the sin. That's why you gotta pray and meditate and open up your mind and have the good soil, the word, come into you. Seeds of faith bring life and blessings, while seeds of doubt lead to confusion and spiritual weakness. Left unaddressed, seeds of doubt can grow into mistrust, fear, and cynicism. James 1:6-8. Doubt is described as making a person like a wave of the sea, blown and tossed by the wind, unstable and unable to receive wisdom. Someone who argues every small point, even things that don't matter, because admitting uncertainty feels like losing control. See, you know, here's the thing. Yahweh's in control. Submit to him. Stop being this, you got to be in control of everything. No, you submit to him and he'll guide you. He's in control, not you, not me, nobody. He's in control. Okay? Now, we're in control of making choices we make, and if they don't line up with this, there's heavy consequences for that, okay? Because Yahweh's not going to make you love him. Yahweh is not going to make you come to him. You got to go to him. He loves you and he wants you to come to him, but he's not going to make you do it. You have that will, that choice to do right and to do wrong. It's your choice. It's the enemy within you. If you do wrong, you're going to feed that enemy. You're going to fuel that source, whatever that source may be. A person who changes the subject or shifts blame the moment they're challenged just to avoid acknowledging a mistake. Get the pride out your head. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Admit to it. Humble yourself. Yeshua used agricultural metaphors, seeds, soil, growth, to illustrate both faith and doubt, showing how what is sown in the heart determines the harvest of one's life. What you put in your heart, what you follow, your thinking, your speech, whatever, how you behave in life, it's either going to lead to life or it's going to lead to death, eternal life or eternal death. Power, wealth, and pleasures are common tools Hasatan uses to lure people into compromise. Again, Hasatan exploits your weaknesses. The temptation is tailored to the wound. If someone's weakness is anger, the temptation will sound like justification. You're going to rationalize. If it's loneliness, it will sound like escape. If it's pride, it will sound like superiority. If it's fear, it will sound like self-protection. It's never random. It's always aimed at the softest spot. James 1, 14-15 says, explains that temptation begins with eternal desire, which Hasatan manipulates until it leads to sin and ultimately death. Did you hear that? Begins with eternal desire. Your desires within. Small disagreements escalate into bitterness, resentment, or cold silence. Division weakens love and unity. Someone makes a small comment that lands wrong. Instead of asking what they meant, the other person assumes the worst and starts replaying it in their mind, building resentment. Again, like the yeast, it builds up, it grows and grows and grows, building resentment. It gets stronger and stronger because you're fueling it. Maybe they were joking, maybe they were distracted, and it brushes up against an insecurity or a sore spot. Didn't even realize was tender. It erodes trust. When people are divided, they begin to doubt each other's intentions. Motives get reinterpreted through a negative lens. A suggestion meant to help is heard as criticism. And we've all been through that. We don't want to be, even if the suggestion is constructive criticism and it's right and they're trying to help you, but you hear it as criticism. Because you fueled that through somewhere in your life. And it's just grown and gotten bigger and bigger, and you've gotten deeper and deeper into it, so I don't want to hear it. Stop it. Stop criticizing. I'm not criticizing you. I'm trying to help you. Same thing with this when I was doing the teaching and when I get attacked. Oh, that's your opinion. Why are you being so mean and hurtful? No, I'm not. I'm telling the truth. But they hear it as criticism, or they hear you don't know what you're talking about. Imagine two friends cooking together. Here's an example. One of them says gently, "Hey, if you turn the heat down a little, the sauce won't burn." What they mean is, I want to help you so the food turns out great. But the other person hears, you don't know what you're doing. You're messing this up. You're not a good cook. Nothing harsh was said, but because the person already feels insecure, tired, or sensitive, the suggestion lands like a judgment instead of support. A question meant to clarify is heard as an attack. Imagine two co-workers discussing a project. One says, "Hey, when you said the report was finished, did you mean the final version or the draft?" What they mean is, I just want to understand where things stand so I can plan my part. But the other person hears, "Are you lying? Do you even know what you're doing? Your work isn't good enough." See, because they're already stressed, tired, or feeling insecure, the question lands like criticism instead of curiosity. It's not the words, it's the emotional state behind them. Bitterness rarely arrives all at once. It's usually built from little moments that never get aired out. In other words, you're clinging to that past, you're clinging to it, and it's adding up, it's adding up, and it's adding up. And it just builds and builds and builds. That's why you gotta let go of things, man. You gotta listen to what's really being said. Division makes it harder to see the humanity in others, reducing compassion. It creates isolation instead of togetherness. Division fosters loneliness and separation. Weakness weakens resilience. United groups can withstand challenges. Divided ones crumble under pressure. A house divided cannot stand. Am I correct? Okay. See, the Torah is built on a solid foundation. That's not going to crack. It's not going to crumble. It's forever. Feeling pressure to adopt values that contradict your faith. The slow drift away from truth by conforming to cultural norms. Same thing again. You're going into the church. You're going into Christian doctrines. A lot of it is false doctrine. but you're conforming to that. You're conforming to the, just like when they came into the land, had nothing to do with the Canaanites, because all the false doctrines they're doing, the idols they're worshiping, get away from. What do? They ignored it. They blended in, became part of the norm. It's like Christmas. When this country was founded at one time, Christmas was outlawed. It was outlawed. But what happened over time? It evolved. Now it's here, part of the norm. In a multi-billion-dollar business. But you, look what it says in Romans 12:2. And do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. By the what? Renewing of your mind. So that you prove what is that good and well-pleasing and perfect desire of Elohim. Yahweh's desire is for us to follow Him, to serve Him, to follow His Torah. Man's desire is to follow the world. But see, we're not to conform to this world. We're to have the desires of Yahweh, His will. This highlights the tension between cultural norms, the world, and the biblical truth, the Torah. Hasatan can tempt, deceive, or influence, but he cannot force anyone to do anything. He isn't the cause of the problem, like I said earlier. You are the cause of the problem. We are the cause of our own problems, not Hasatan. Hasatan is an opportunist through your evil inclinations. When someone harms others to feel dominant or in control, lying, manipulating, or misleading people to get an advantage, the desire to get even in ways that escalate harm, not caring about the pain one's action caused. That's your evil inclination. That's your desire. It's already in you because you chose to have it. You wanted to go that route. But but on the same token, same breath, you get out of it too. There's a way of escape. See, he goes after your weaknesses. Something he works on, to work on. That's something you need to work on. All of us need to work on our weaknesses. Insecure about being alone? Hasatan plays on the fear that's already there. Someone struggles with anger? A tiny irritation suddenly feels like a reason to explode. He can only do what Yahweh allows him to do. The responsibility lies with you. The war within or inner battle like depression, anxiety, destructive habits, toxic relationships, or personal demons can not only drain you mentally, physically, but more importantly, drain you spiritually. Because everything's spiritual. Everything's in the spiritual realm. There are times in life when it feels as though the enemy has laid heavy hands upon us. Hasatan seeks to wear us down, not only in spirit, but in body. He'll strike where we are vulnerable, when we are weary, hungry, or discouraged. He comes with sickness, fatigue, discouragement, and hardships, hoping that if the body crumbles, the soul will surrender. Through physical trials, illness, fatigue, persecution, become the battleground where faith is tested. You, all of us, we have the authority to resist Hasatan and his schemes. Again, I'm going to repeat this. James 1:7 says, so then subject yourselves to Elohim. Resist the devil, and he shall flee from you. Resist him. We have that authority and power to do that. We have that. Don't fuel whatever sin's going on in you. Escape it. Get out of it. Bring the Ruach HaKodesh to help you, to show you. Open your ears. Open your eyes. Study like a Berean. The war within. The war within represents inner struggles, fighting against temptation, fear, doubt, or destructive habits. Fighting temptation is really about strengthening yourself against the Sitra Hara. The Sitra Hara, the dark forces, main purpose is to get you entirely away from Yahweh. They'll try to beat you down spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Temptation, exploiting human weaknesses to lead into sin. A group of friends invites someone to gossip about another person. The person hesitates, knowing it's unkind. The group says things like, come on, don't be boring, or We'll think you're weird if you don't join us. Wanting approval, the person gives in and participates even though it goes against their values. Well, if it truly goes against your value, if it really does go against it, then you won't suck into it. You're making the choice. Forget about peer pressure. So what? They think you're weird. Not your opinion. I'm following the Father. He doesn't think I'm weird. In fact, I'm being blessed not sucking into that. Greed. People fall for greed because it's in them. They put it in there, their desires. Ponzi schemes. Fraudsters promises unrealistic financial returns, exploiting people's desire for quick wealth. See, they want it now. They're thinking their treasures are here on earth. They thrive on deception and collapse when the flow of new money dries up. False promises. Organizers lure investors with claims of guaranteed high returns and low risk. Hey, let me tell you something. The only guarantee we have in life, is His love for us and His desire for us to be with Him. That's the only guarantee. There's no other guarantee. Yeshua died for us, so we have that opportunity to be with the Father, because Yeshua says, no one goes to the Father but through me. That's the guarantee. This is the guarantee right here. Let me continue. Fake legitimacy. They may use fabricated documents, falsified account statements, or even fake businesses to appear credible. And what? Then Hastani appears as the messenger of light, right? Don't be sucked into that. But so many were. Illusion of success. Early investors are paid with money from later ones, creating the appearance of profitability. The story of the rich man is found in the story of Yeshua and the rich man is found in Matthew 19:16-30, Mark 10:17-31, and Luke 18:18-30. It highlights the tensions between wealth and discipleship, showing that eternal life requires wholehearted devotion to Yehovah. Wealth can be a barrier to discipleship. What riches might keep us from fully following Yeshua. Now, people say, well, so what are you saying? Are you saying it's a sin to be wealthy? No. Not sin to be wealthy. The love of money is the sin. Not that someone's rich. Job was rich. He was wealthy. But his treasure wasn't the wealth. His treasure was with Yehovah. Okay? Are you willing to trade temporary security for eternal treasures? Are you? Because you got to understand, this earth is gone. It's going to be destroyed. It's going to be a renewed earth, and a new Jerusalem's going to come down. This is all going to be wiped out. So you want to trade temporary security or for eternal treasures? Where your treasures are, so is your heart. Where your heart is, is your treasures, You choose. That's right. You got the choice. A young man seeks eternal life. This moment reveals that his heart is more tied to earthly riches than to spiritual surrender. This story isn't just about wealth. It's about attachment, statue, comfort, or pride. What are you attached to? You attached to this world? Or are you attached to the Father of the world or of the world to come? Yeshua challenges the man to let go of what holds him back from fully following Yehovah. It's a call to radical trust, generosity, and surrender. The rich man is holding himself back, okay? He's making that choice. For wherever your treasure is, there your heart shall be also. Matthew 6:21. Whatever you value most, whether it's wealth, status, relationships, or spiritual growth, will shape your desires, decisions, and ultimately your eternity. So, ladies and gentlemen, salvation isn't earned. It's received through surrender and trust in Yahweh. Wealth isn't the problem. It's where we place our identity and security. Parables of the rich man and Lazarus. A teaching of Yeshua that contrasts earthly wealth with eternity. A teaching of Yeshua that contrasts earthly wealth with eternal destiny, warning against indifference to the poor and reliance on luxury in Luke 16:19-31. The rich man, he lived in extravagance, clothed in purple and fine linen, feasting daily. Eleazar, that's who Lazarus is, Eleazar, the beggar, poor, covered in sores, and laid at the rich man's gate, longing for scraps of food. Dogs licked his wounds. After death, Lazarus is carried by angels to Abraham's bosom. The rich man ends up in Hades in torment. The rich man begs for relief, but Abraham explains a great chasm separates them. He pleads for Lazarus to warn his brothers, but Abraham replies, they have Moses and the prophets, let them listen to them. Abraham concludes, if they do not listen to Moshe and the prophets, they will not be convinced even if someone rises from the dead. And what's it saying, John 5:46? You know, people are saying, well, you know, the law's been done away with, been abolished. The Torah, that's the Old Testament. But look what it says here. And Yeshua is saying this, for if you believe Moshe, you would have believed me, since he wrote about me in John 5:46. And that's the thing. This is not old, this is not done away with. The Torah is still there. Malachi 3:6 tells us, Yahweh changes not. He doesn't change. It's still here. We're still commanded to follow the commandments of Yahweh. The rich man's sin was not wealth itself, but ignoring Lazarus. His failure was not seeing Lazarus as a fellow human worthy of compassion. The parable underscores that privilege carries responsibility. Wealth becomes dangerous when it blinds us to the needs of those around us. It's not about demonizing prosperity, but about asking, what do we do with what we have? Do we use it to uplift others, or do we insulate ourselves? Lazarus is the single mother choosing between rent and groceries. Lazarus is the elderly neighbor living alone, the child who goes hungry. We live in a culture that prizes success, comfort, and security. Comfort can become a cocoon that blinds us. The rich man was not cruel. He simply did nothing, and that nothing became everything in the eyes of eternity. Abraham emphasizes that Yahweh's word already provides the truth needed for salvation. Even miraculous events like resurrection won't convince hardened hearts. Now, here's some other things that I'm going to go into as well. People's desires. I have friends that gamble, and they lost whole paychecks at times, but that was their desire. That was their evil inclination. They had that desire. They want to keep on playing. But look how it draws to you. You know, Hassan wants to draw you away from Yahweh. He wants to draw you toward Him, and he uses all sorts of stuff. And people use the emotions, use the eyes to see things that makes people attracted to things. And one example here is gambling. What do casinos do? They use flashing lights, free drinks, and near-miss slot machine designs to keep people hooked. Dopamine rush. The brain releases dopamine when anticipating a win, creating excitement even before the outcome. Illusion of control. Many gamblers believe their skills or strategy can influence chance-based games. Near misses. Almost winning can feel as stimulating as winning, reinforcing the urge to keep playing. See that urge inside you that desire inside you. You're choosing that. Escalation. Small bets grow into larger ones as tolerance builds. Chasing losses. The belief that one more try will recover money deepens the cycle. I had friends like that, and they lost everything. Whole paychecks, whole bunch of stuff. Compulsion. Gambling becomes less about fun and more about relieving stress and anxiety. It doesn't release stress and anxiety. In fact, you're even more stressful and even more anxiety, more depression, all sorts of stuff. It's the opposite. Financial and emotional harm, debt, strained relationships, and secrecy often follow. I've known people like this. Social and cultural factors, casinos, online platforms, even sports betting, normalize gambling as entertainment. That's not entertainment, that's worldly entertainment. But see, with the computer age, now you don't have to go to casinos. You can do it online now. At the convenience of your own home. When we act in harmony with Yahweh, we have shalom. However, giving into your Yetzer Hara, evil inclinations, that's what Yetzer Hara is, you'll stray from the path of righteousness. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Genesis 6:5. This inclination drives individuals towards selfishness, rebellion against Yahweh, and immoral actions such as idolatry, anger, and pride. Look what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. Look what happened with the great flood. Look at Korah, her evil inclination. Boom. You know? I mean, there's so many examples. Evil inclination isn't so much about Sitra Hara, but it drives us from within. You're fueling it. You're driving it. Listen. We inherit many traits and preferences from our parents that aren't always a positive influence on our lives or others. Drugs, lust, incest, worshiping other Elohims, pagan holidays, Black Friday, unforgiving heart, bitterness, pride, rejection, greed, manipulative relationships. See, when you're growing up as a child, you're imprinted by a lot of things in your life. And these can become the norm, some of these things. It's not just about physical acts, but about the condition of the heart and mind, making it spiritually dangerous. It tempts people to prioritize self-gratification over Yahweh's Torah. About me, my self-gratification. Well, if you're living a sinful life, it's not pleasing to the Father. And He is slow to anger, but He is not happy. Hasatan tempts us through the lust of the eyes. Our eyes play a major role in our decision making. We see something, we want it, and our flesh agrees that we must have it. I got to have it. I must. In this age of visual overstimulation, our eyes take in millions of bits of information through the day, and unless we filter that information through a pure heart, our eyes will lead us into sin. It says in Matthew 5:8 and Psalms 24:4. Here's a great example through the eyes. Samson started his downhill slide with the lust of the eyes in Judges 14:3. Details Samson's flirtation with sin and the tragic results. Lust. Pursuing pleasure without regarding for moral or conventional boundaries. It represents a desire that pulls people away from Yahweh's will and towards self-gratification. Lust is a flame capable of illuminating passion, but also consuming the soul. Clickbait ads, sexualized images are used to lure people into unsafe websites or scams through the internet. Just another tool of Hassatan's. But I say to you that everyone looking at a woman to lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Matthew 5:20. See, you don't have to have the physical, have a one-night stand with some woman or just being with a woman if you're not married to her. That's the physical. But in your mind alone, you're committing adultery, whether you're doing it physically or not. But what does 2 Timothy 2:22 say? And flee from the lust of youth, but pursue righteousness, faith, love, peace with those calling on the Master out of a clean heart. The spiritual realm of lust is where these two forces collide. It tests whether we surrender to impulse or we rise above it. Are you going to cave into it or are you going to rise above it? Because this word's going to tell you how to get out, and this is what will strengthen you if you so choose to follow it. Guard the heart and mind. Guard the heart and the mind. Avoid situations that stir lustful thoughts. Guard your media intake. Be selective with the movies, shows, music, and social media. If something tends to spark lust, cut it off early. If you see some, there's things around us, magazines, where you go to the store, whatever. Cut it off. Get away from it. You see a channel with porn on it, boom. Turn that channel as quick as possible. Or sexual stuff going on. Or drugs, or whatever it might be. Choose your environment wisely. Avoid places or gatherings where sexualized behavior or imagery is common. Redirect your attention when a thought arises. Shift focus to something constructive. The Word. Read the Word. Study the Word. You can exercise, do things. You can do other hobbies. But this is the main thing. Redirect your attention to the Father. Strengthen your mindset. Remind yourself of your values and long-term goals when temptation appears. Submit to Yahweh, and He'll remind you what to do. Surround yourself with positive influences. Spend time with people who encourage healthy conversation and activities. Seek accountability. Fellowship and honest conversations help resist temptation. Replace lust with love. Pursue genuine, selfless love that honors Yahweh and others. The Ruach HaKodesh, set apart spirit. Victory over lust comes not by willpower, alone, but through walking in the Spirit. And does the Spirit not guide you to all truth? Does it not? And what is truth? It tells us in Psalms 119, 142, the Torah is truth. So that tells you right there, it hasn't been done away with. Here's another temptation. Black Friday. People get so excited on Black Friday. They even camp out in stores. Long ones I've seen them camp out, and I've seen film footage where, it's like a herd of buffalo. They hear a gunshot movement, they just all charged in, man, walking over each other. See where their desire is. See where their treasure is. So Black Friday, spiritual war often refers to the inner struggle between values, temptation, and higher purposes. Black Friday is the consumer holiday known for intense shopping, deals, and sometimes chaotic crowds. Put together, it could symbolize the tension between materialism and spirituality, the battle between chasing possessions and seeking deeper meaning. Crowds and chaos. Images of people rushing to stores, fighting over deals, or camping outside overnight highlights how material gain can override patience, kindness, and reflection. Where your treasures are is where your heart's going to be. Identify through possessions. Many people equate self-worth with what they own, making shopping a ritual of validation. Look what I got. Keep up with the Joneses. Look what I got. Look what I own. This is my possession. Inner struggle. Spiritual traditions often emphasize contentment, gratitude, and detachment from material possessions. Black Friday challenges these values directly. Mindfulness versus impulse. The war is between conscious living, asking, do I really need this? And impulse consumption, Buying because it's cheap or trending. Community versus competition. Spirituality often calls for compassion and generosity, while Black Friday can foster rivalry and individual gain. Many people feel guilty after overspending, realizing they've sacrificed peace of mind for fleeting satisfaction. It's temporary. Now, see, you use these credit cards, you buy all these things. Hey, guess what? The bill's going to come at the end of the month, and you look at that bill, oh my goodness, what have I done? That's too late by then. Learn from it. Manipulative relationships often blur the line between care and control. Guilt tripping disguised as love. One person constantly says things like, if you really cared about me, you'd do this. The other person ends up doing things out of guilt rather than genuine choice given. Affection becomes a bargaining chip instead of something freely given. Playing the victim to avoid responsibility. Someone hurts their partner's feelings, gets called out, and immediately shifts into, I guess I'm just a terrible person. You must hate me. It forces the other person to comfort them instead of addressing the real issue. Doing favors that come with strings attached. A person gives gifts or help, then later says, after everything I've done for you, you owe me. See? This kindness wasn't genuine. It was an investment meant to control. Like I said before, and I'll say again, Hasatan exploits human desires. Again, Hasatan doesn't create desires, he exploits them and corrupts them. By knowing our weaknesses again and emotions, he tempts us to misuse what intended for good. Shortcut to satisfactions. When something promises quick pleasure, success or relief without effort, discipline or disobedience to Yahweh. Deadly shortcuts. Lust for instant pleasure. Skipping patience for the quick thrill, chasing desire without depth or commitment. That whisper in your head. Why wait when you can have it right now? The thrill. It feels intoxicating because it bypasses restraint. The cost. A cycle of craving more but never feeling fulfilled. It could be food, shoplifting, that adrenaline rush, strip clubs, dim lighting allures the eyes of the strippers. A toxic relationship, control, demean, or exploit. Speeding down highways, that adrenaline rush again. Sneaking into forbidden places, abandoned buildings, or whatever, breaking into buildings. False promises, quick fixes often look appealing but don't deliver lasting fulfillment. Adam and Hava, the fruit promised wisdom and pleasure instantly, but led to separation from Yahweh. Did it not? It led to separation. They realized it. By the time they realized it was too late. You know, that doesn't last. Temptation. It's the lure of ease over effort, pleasure over principles, self over Yahweh. Yeshua's temptation. Hasatan offered shortcuts, bread without trust, kingdoms without stake, glory without obedience. And Yeshua conquered it all. And so can we, if we choose. And there's counterfeit satisfaction. It mimics joy, but leaves emptiness because it's not rooted in truth. You win an argument, but lose the connection. The victory is hollow because what you wanted was understanding, not dominance. You make the perfect comeback, but the other person shuts down. You're technically right, but the room suddenly feels colder. You walk away with the last word, but not the closeness you wanted. Someone keeps coming back to a person who gives them just enough affection to feel wanted, a late night text, a compliment, a little flirting, but never shows up with real commitment or care. They're stringing you along. You get that a lot in the relationships. Someone strings you along. It mimics intimacy, but it's really just momentary validation. The deeper need for genuine connection stays unmet. We wrestle between selfish desires and obedience to Yahweh. When you put it in spiritual terms, selfish desires versus obedience to Yahweh, it becomes even more personal. It's not just about behavior, it's about identity, purpose, and who you're obedient to. When people talk about selfish desires versus obedience to Yahweh, they're usually contrasting two inner pools. One that's centered on what I want right now, and one that's centered on what Yahweh is asking of me, even if it costs me something. Selfish desire, wanting to win an argument just to feel superior. Obedience to Yahweh, choosing humility, listening, and responding with gentleness, even when you could prove you're right. Selfish desire, holding on to bitterness because it feels justified. Obedience to Yahweh, forgiving someone because Yahweh calls you to release the burden, even if they never apologize. So release it. If someone doesn't apologize, hey, release that. If they never apologize, release it. Move on. Don't let that weigh you down. Selfish desire, spending all your time and energy on comfort, entertainment, or personal gain. Obedience to Yahweh, making space for prayer, service, generosity, even when it interrupts your plans. Intimacy with Yahweh, studying the Word, meditating on the Word. Selfish desire, acting out of fear of missing out, grabbing whatever you can. Obedience to Yahweh, trusting with that Yahweh provides, so you don't have to cling to everything. Selfish desire, doing good only when others will notice. Look what I did, look what I did, look what I did. That's selfish. Obedience to Yahweh, doing what's right quietly, simply because it honors Him. You don't have to show everybody what you're doing. The Father knows what you're doing. Be humble. Do it for the right reasons. Snapping back in anger because it feels powerful in the moment, which damages trust. Avoiding responsibility because blaming someone else feels easier than owning your part. Choosing comfort over growth, like distracting yourself instead of facing something Yahweh has been nudging you to deal with. When there's a hard thing you have to deal with, just hit it head on. Have that courage to hit it head on, whatever it may be. Yahweh's going to be there for you. You pray about it and how to do it the right way, though. Giving in to temptation because it offers momentary high, even though it leaves you feeling distant from who you want to be. Holding on to pride because apologizing feels too vulnerable, even though reconciliation would bring real relief. You're holding on to those burdens. You're holding on to it. Release it. Seeking attention or validation to soothe insecurity instead of grounding yourself in something deeper. Posting something online just to see who reacts and feeling anxious until the likes or comments come in. Fishing for compliments, like saying, I look terrible today, hoping someone will disagree. Oversharing personal struggles, not because it's safe or helpful, but because it gets sympathy or concern. Changing your opinion to match whoever you're with so they'll approve of you. Dressing or acting in a way that isn't really you, just to get noticed. Dropping hints about accomplishments so someone will praise you. Starting arguments or drama because even negative attention feels better than being ignored. Constantly checking your phone to see if someone texted back because the response feels like proof you matter. Trying to impress people instead of trying to connect with Yahweh. This tension is not a sign of failure, it's evidence of the battle between flesh and spirit. seeking pleasure through unhealthy habits or immorality, turning to excessive drinking or substance use to escape stress instead of dealing with what's underneath, using food as an emotional comfort not because you're hungry, but because it numbs pain for a moment, engaging in dishonest behavior, lying, cheating, or manipulating because it gives a quick advantage or thrill, seeking secretive or impulsive behaviors that you know violate your own moral and spiritual boundaries, spending money recklessly for the rush of buying something, even when it harms your stability, harboring anger, revenge, or bitterness, replaying an argument in your head over and over and over again, imagining better comebacks or ways you should have won, avoiding someone not because you need space, but because you want them to feel your coldness. See, misery, the old saying, misery loves company, you know. Holding on to a grudge long after the situation is over, even when it's draining you more than them. Wishing someone would fail just so you feel justified in your hurt. Bringing up old mistakes and new arguments because you haven't let them go. Talking negatively about someone to others as a way to get even or feel superior. Gossiping. Keeping score in a relationship. Remembering every wrong so you can use it later. Feeling irritated at someone's happiness because you still feel wounded by them. Refusing to forgive, not because they haven't changed, but because holding on to the anger feels safer than being vulnerable again. What's Proverbs 14:12 say? There's a way that seems right to a man, but its end is the way to death. Stop it. These are all Hasatan. You're serving Hasatan with all these examples I gave you. Let it go. Let it go. And you get in really, really deep, the more you got to dig out of it. Compromise of values. If pursuing a desire requires bending or ignoring Yahweh's word, it's a trap. I talked about Samson through his eyes. He lusted through his eyes, right? Samson desired Delilah, ignored Yahweh's calling, and lost his strength in Judges 16. King Saul spared what Yahweh commanded to destroy, compromising obedience for personal reasoning in 1 Samuel 15. Peter's denial. Fear of man led him to deny Yeshua, bending truth for safety. Luke 22:57-60. Isolation is temptations often grow stronger when you're alone, secretive, or avoiding accountability. No. You don't want to do that. Because hostile will pounce on that even more. And dig and dig. That's what happened with can't remember his name now. But he committed suicide. And you gotta get it together. You gotta get it together. Planting doubt and dissatisfaction, just as he did with Hava. Hostile whispers that Yahweh is withholding something better, stirring discontent and rebellion. Oh yeah, Robin Williams. You know, he really isolated him. He really did. Now in front of other people, yeah, looked happy, acted happy, whatever. He hid it, but he was alone inside. He's isolating himself within. And you see the results of that. He didn't handle it correctly. Questioning someone's motives even when there's no real evidence. Letting suspicion grow where trust used to be. Are you asking because you're concerned or because you want something from me? It feels like there might be another reason behind this. Am I missing something? Listening to voices that encourage envy or insecurity, like comments that make you second guess your worth, your choices. Seeing someone else succeed and immediately thinking, why can't I be like that? I'm so behind. What are you listening? Whose voices are you listening to? You're listening to Hasatan's voice whispering in your ear. Assuming the worst about a situation before you have the full picture. You text someone and they don't reply for a few hours, and your mind immediately goes to, they're mad at me, or I must have done something wrong, instead of, they're probably busy. But we get paranoid. We get, Hasatan tries to put stuff in our mind, and if we suck into it, oh my goodness, they don't like me. What did I do wrong? Is something going on? They didn't text me back right away. You're choosing to listen to the evil that's being whispered to you. A friend seems quieter than usual, and you assume they don't like you anymore, rather than considering they might be tired of or stressed. Rationalization is one of Hasatan's most subtle tools of temptation. It's the mental process of justifying sin by making it seem reasonable, harmless, or even good. Instead of outright rebellion, rationalization whispers excuses that erode conviction little by little. And that's what Hasatan tries to do. He tries to break you down little by little until there's nothing left of you. And that's what he was doing with Robin Williams. He's tearing him down little by little until ultimately he kills himself. To the extreme, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's no coming back from what he did. Rational, and it eats at you. It eats at you. If you allow these desires to eat at you, it's going to grow, and you're going to get more depressed, and like some people, they drink, or they'll take drugs. They'll try to numb that feeling. They're not numbing anything. They're just making it worse. That doesn't numb it. Drinking and being an alcoholic, that doesn't numb anything. It's still going to be there because you haven't resolved it. You've chosen not to resolve it. You've chosen not to listen to what the Father's telling you. But you've chosen to listen to Hasatan. Oh, by the way, I did do a teaching on the wine. I know some people say it's a sin to drink it. No, it's not a sin to drink it. It's a sin to abuse it. But like I said, he picks at you little by little. He tears you down little by little. If you allow, because you have the choice to rebuke him. You have a choice to resist him. Remember, the enemy within. You're your own worst enemy, not Hasatan. And we shouldn't even be focusing on him to begin with. Yeah, we need to know his ways, and the way you're going to do that through the Word. But we focus on the Father. Rationalization is dangerous because it makes sin feel safe. Hasatan doesn't need to convince us that evil is good, only that it's not so bad. You know, it's like they say, no, you can tell a little white lie, it's no big deal, don't worry about it, okay? It's not like you're telling this big old lie. You rationalize it, you know? No, a sin's a sin. It's a sin. You know? Don't worry about forgiving him. No, just move on. It's okay. He'll get over it. No, you can't do that. That's why rationalization is dangerous, because it makes sin feel safe. You know, it convinces us that evil is good, only that it's not so bad. He doesn't need to convince us that evil is good, only that it's not so bad. Imagine someone who's had a stressful week. They're exhausted, frustrated, and feeling unappreciated. Deep down, they know a certain choice isn't aligned with their values. Maybe it's gossiping, indulging harmful habit, or crossing a boundary they set for themselves. But then the inner dialogue starts. You hear the voices. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, and I'm re-emphasizing it again, because it's important to be reminded of this. These inner dialogue starts, these voices that Hasatan puts in your mind. It's not that big of a deal. Everyone does this sometimes. I've been good for so long, I deserve a break. Oh, it's just this once. Each thought feels comforting, even reasonable. It creates a little mental cushion that makes the wrong choice feel justified. Twisting scripture or moral principles to fit personal desires. pulling a single line out of context to support a personal agenda. People want Scripture to affirm their choices rather than challenge them. 2 Timothy 4:3-4, Paul warns that people will seek teachers who say what their itching ears want to hear. No. The Word, there's false teachers, but you want twinkling of your ear. What you want to hear. You don't want, if you don't want to hear the truth, he'll send you delusion. He'll send you to false teachers, like a lot of these pastors. He'll send you in Judaism to the modern, what I call the modern day Pharisees, with their talking notes, putting burdens on people. You don't want to know the truth? You want your desire, what you want to hear, what you're comfortable with? Okay, he'll send you deluded. He'll keep you blind then. Read and study the Word. Pray and meditate. Challenge what the teacher is saying to you or trying to teach you. Does it align with this? Because the Torah hadn't been done away with. The law hadn't been abolished. Period. Okay? And these talking notes, same thing. That doesn't align with the Word. They're adding stuff to it. Okay? James 1:22 says, do not merely listen to the Word. Do what it says. Hearing without obedience is self-deception. Do what it says. If the law is done away with, why would James say, do what it says? Another thing, hostile whispers in your ear. I had no choice, or God will understand. And people will say these things in their mind and out loud. I'll stop tomorrow, or I'll repent later. Hey, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. I'll repent later, I'll teshuva later. You're not guaranteed tomorrow. You could die in your sleep, and people die in their sleep every night. No, right now, the present, that's when you do it. You stop right now in the present. It's not hurting anyone. Hey, if we're doing something against the Word, it is hurting somebody. How you handle it, whatever the situation may be. Times have changed. This isn't really wrong anymore. Oh, they'll say good is evil and evil is good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they twist it. It's evil. Evil's evil. Sin is sin. See, they'll say times have changed. The world will say times have changed. But Yahweh says, I change not. Who are you going to listen to? The world? Or are you going to listen to the Father? He doesn't change. Then they'll say, well, God understands my situation. Yeah, He knows your heart too. Don't lean on your own understanding. Yeah, He understands your situation. That's why you need to listen to Him. That's why you need to pray about it, meditate. He understands everything about us. We don't understand everything about us. Because we have that evil inclination that we want to hold on to, whatever it might be, whatever our weaknesses are. These rationalizations are dangerous because they minimize sin instead of confronting it. They shift blame away from personal responsibility. They delay obedience, making repentance harder over time. They normalize compromise, eroding moral conviction little by little. And we do that to ourselves. Whatever our weaknesses, we do that to ourselves. When a want becomes so important that you're willing to risk your integrity or relationship with Yahweh, twisting natural desires, hunger, love, ambition, and rest are good gifts from Yahweh. Satan distorts them into gluttony, lust, pride, and laziness. Appealing to emotions, fear, anger, and loneliness can be manipulated. Satan uses these emotions to push people toward rash decisions or despair. Hasatan studies our habits and exploits areas where we're most likely to stumble, our weakness. Our repeated weaknesses become predictable. places and open the doors to the Sitra Hara. You get impatient when you're tired. You get insecure when you feel ignored. You get careless when you're stressed. You get tempted to escape when you feel lonely. Hasatan disguises evil as good, offering shortcuts to happiness, success, or relief that ultimately enslaves us. Our choices, we're either going to be we're gonna be free from the slavery, or we're going to be bound to it, depending on our choice, our desires are, what we do. Someone may exploit another's attraction to gain money, favors, or control. Again, guilt tripping, using fear, shame, or obligation to get compliance, implying neglect. If you really cared about me, you'd do this. Playing the victim. I guess I'll just suffer alone since you won't help. Exaggerating sacrifice. After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me? And let me tell you something. If you haven't treated, someone says that to you and you really didn't treat them wrong, and you actually did align what the Word says, hey, don't get sucked into that guilt trip. Don't get sucked in that guilt trip. Because I get this from people through the teachings. You're a heretic. You're evil. You're doing this. You're wrong. That's not right. That's your opinion. I don't get sucked into that because I don't answer to them. I answer to the Father. And it takes me months to do this, to even put one up. Like I said, I worked on this up to today on this stuff. And if it aligns to the Father, what the Father's saying, I'm not worried about what people say. I'm really not. Because I answer to the Father. Okay? Silent treatment, right? Withholding communication to punish or control. Love bombing. Overwhelming someone with affection, gifts, or attention to gain influence. Isolation. Cutting someone off from friends, family, or support systems. Conditional affection. Showing love only when the person behaves a certain way. Why is it harmful? It erodes self-esteem and confidence, creates dependency on the manipulator for validation, distorts reality, making it hard to trust your own judgment, can escalate into emotional or even financial abuse. Some more schemes of Hasatan. See that? But you choose. You can choose to rise above it or get sucked into it. Drugs. There's another one, drugs. Another one of Hasatan's tools. Addiction isn't only physical or psychological struggle, but a battle in the spiritual realm, where faith, prayer, and divine intervention are seen as weapons against the destructive power of substance abuse. Again, I'm going to remind you, don't blame Hasatan. Blame yourself. Because Hasatan can't make you do anything. Now, there are consequences of rebelling against Yahweh, is there not? And we are to take care of this body. Did He not give it to us? We're to take care of it. Spiritually, physically, emotionally, mentally. Because when we don't take care of it, look what happens. Cardiovascular strain, rapid heartbeat, high blood pressure, chest pains, risk of sudden heart attacks or strokes. We're not taking care of ourselves, and these things can build up. Mental effects, paranoia, anxiety, hallucinations, aggressive behavior, respiratory issues, damaging lungs, chest pain, shortness of breath. You get this a lot with heart attacks and all this other stuff, and anxiety and all that. With drug users, smokers, they damage your lungs, Drug users, snorting cocaine, intravenously, overdose risk, right? Seizures, delirium, hypothermia, arrhythmias, potentially sudden death. Long-term consequences, addiction. Crack is one of the most addictive substances. Dependency can develop after just one use. Now, is Hasatan making you take these drugs? Nope. You're choosing it. Now, I will tell you this when it comes to drugs, abusing drugs of any kind. I'm just happening to talk about crack cocaine basically, but you know, sometimes it's peer pressure. You know, you want to be part of the crowd. It could be you're depressed about something, whatever, a relationship. Someone may have died horribly, or you've been abused all your life, or some kind of traumatic thing happening. That's no excuse to do this, though, because no one's making you take this, no matter what you go in life through. Yeah, it's sad if you go through some traumatic stuff in your life and have bad childhood or a bad adult life, whatever, homelessness or whatever it might be. You lose your job, you're up to debt up here, you lose your house, whatever it might be, living in your car. No one's forcing you to do this stuff, any of it. You know, drug addicts, all they're doing, they want to numb their pain. Alcoholics, same way. But yet they still go back to it. You're not handling it right. But anyway, let's do this long-term consequence, addiction. Crack is one of the most addictive substances. Dependency can develop after just one use. Brain damage, depression, psychosis, cognitive decline, physical health deterioration, cardiovascular disease, heart failure, chronic hypertension, respiratory damage, permanent scarring, and chronic bronchitis, malnutrition and severe weight loss due to appetite suppression. Look like a skeleton on crack cocaine. Oral health problems, cracked lips, tooth decay, infections, reproductive harm, infertility, sexual dysfunction, risk of miscarriage or birth defects if used during pregnancy. And there's women that use it during pregnancy. They're murdering their child. Or the baby comes out as a crack baby, is what it's called. Is Hasatan making you do all these things? Nope. That's your desire within. That's your evil inclination, what you're doing. Systemic organ damage, liver, kidneys, immune system weakened, social and psychological consequences, financial ruin, compulsive spending to chase the high. Relationships break down, neglect of family, friends, and responsibility. Crack cocaine is extremely addictive and destructive, with consequences ranging from immediate overdose to long-term brain and organ damages. Even occasional use can spiral into dependency and life-threatening health issues. And you're choosing to do that. No one's making you do that. Don't blame other people. You got in the wrong crowd. Don't blame them. You had a choice to leave or walk away. Anything that happens in your life, don't blame others. How you handle it, how you think, your desires shapes the direction you're going to go in life. And I talked about the baby, a pregnant lady, you know, they take crack on. Well, here's what happens to the baby, crack baby syndrome. Children exposed to cocaine in the first trimester are less sociable, more withdrawn, more anxious, and depressed behaviors. The effects of crack on babies means they sometimes suffer from lower birth weight and many other physical and psychological symptoms, including developmental issues in mind and organs, reduced oxygen, body abnormalities, small limbs, organs, etc., lower life expectancy, coordination issues, learn to walk or talk. Babies addicted to crack often suffer from withdrawal in the earliest stages of their life. And even if they can overcome withdrawal, they tend to go back to the drug later in life. That doesn't happen with every child, but it does happen. And yes, you can walk away from this as well, okay? You can have some struggles, but you can overcome this. Drugs are tools of Sitra Hara, used to weaken individuals spiritually. Rewires the brain, making individuals feel compelled to use more. Over time, the body and mind become dependent on it. Feel torn between what they know is right and the compulsion that dominate them. Drugs promise relief or pleasure, but leave emptiness and despair as tactics of dark forces. And yes, you can walk away from that. People do this. They actually come out of Babylon and come to the Word, the actual Word, the Torah. But now, abuse of alcohol. Now remember, I told you that I did a teaching on wine, and people say it's a sin, it's a devil's brew. You're not to have it at all. It's evil. Well, wine's a blessing. Period. The abuse of it is a curse, though. Okay? Don't make a mockery of it. Don't get belligerently drunk. Yeah, that's the sin. That's against the Word. But in the kingdom, we're going to drink wine. This was a Torah teacher saying, when Yeshua went to the wedding, he's saying he filled those jugs up with grape juice. He didn't fill those jugs up with grape juice, he filled it with wine. It's a wedding, for goodness sakes. But this Torah teacher said he filled it up with grape juice. He didn't fill it up with grape juice. But then there's a pastors that say, they teach their congregation, you can't drink, it's a sin, you can't drink this, you got to stay away from it completely. The Word doesn't say that. That's against what the Word says. The Word says we will be drinking wine, it's a blessing to drink wine. But of course, if you abuse it, yeah, that's a sin. Of course, you're abusing your body when you abuse it. So let's talk about the abuse of alcohol. Again, don't blame Hasatan, blame yourself, because Hasatan can't make you do anything. Yeah, I'll repeat it, and I'll probably repeat it again. Poor judgment, slurred speech, blackouts, dementia, accidents, increased risk of accidents, injuries, and fatalities, falls, burns, drowning, higher likelihood of unprotected sex, sexually transmitted infections, unintended pregnancies. Yeah, you know, people go to these clubs, and really, the clubs, they're a buffet for sex, for adultery, fornication, whatever it might be. Okay? Yeah, you start abusing alcohol, you're not thinking straight. You know, you're real drunk, your inhibitions, you know. And again, don't blame the alcohol because you chose to drink that, but your desires are already there to want to do something, okay? But you lower your control of making decisions sometimes doing that too. But don't blame the alcohol. That no one forced you to drink that. But you want to have a one-night stand. Whether you're sober or drunk, that's your desire anyways. But don't make alcohol the excuse of what you already wanted to do anyway to begin with. Okay? It's risky behavior, cirrhosis of the liver, pancreatitis, permanent brain damage, heart failure, increased suicide risk, higher risk of cancers in the mouth, throat, esophagus, stomach, colon, and liver. Okay? Again, just like the crack cocaine, there's fetal alcohol syndrome. Alcohol in the mother's blood passes directly to the baby through the placenta. It interferes with the availability of oxygen and nutrient supply. Development of tissues and organs can cause permanent brain damage, heart and kidney problems, mood swings, hyperactivity, lack of focus, deformed limbs or fingers. Like I said, heart and kidney problems. Disrupts oxygen and nutrient supply. Alcohol crosses the placenta easily, entering the fetus's bloodstream. Constricts blood vessels in the placenta and umbilical cord, limiting oxygen flow. Now, you know, pastors will use this, and I did this in the teaching as well, and I talked about the abuse of alcohol. Okay? But what pastors will do is they'll use that and say, hey, see, alcohol is a sin. Don't drink it at all. They're right in saying, if you abuse it, that's true, you don't drink. But they go a step further, don't drink it at all. We're not to have it at all. Or the Torah teacher saying, yeah, we're to drink grape juice. You know, they had grape juice at the wedding feast that Yeshua was at. So the twist up. What happens is, well, a lot of people do. They'll mix truth with lies, and the way they do it, especially with pastors, especially when it comes to this, it sounds like good. Or they put the fear in you, like I said, it puts the fear in you. Oh, I better stay away from that. That's bad. No. No, you don't twist it like, yeah, you tell. You say, if you abuse this, of course, that's a sin. Yeah, I don't want you to abuse this, get drunk and go crazy with it. No, but it is a blessing. But the way they try to bring it to the congregation is like they put that fear in them. Don't touch it at all. You might become an alcoholic. So no, you can't mix the word like that. Pride. Elevating oneself above others, ignoring humility and community responsibility, implies pride or let me start over again, hold on. Pride. Elevating oneself above others, ignoring humility and community responsibility, implies pride or arrogance. One person seeks dominance over others, boss, teacher, family. It can be friends. Elevates themselves to maintain authority, such as micromanaging, but too much can suffocate. Family. One partner always knows better, dismissing the other's opinions. We're supposed to be eckhart as a family, oneness, okay? Dismissing or minimizing the other person's feelings. You're overreacting. The controlled partner may feel undervalued or unsafe expressing themselves. Hasatan was created as a high angel. He fell through because of pride, says in Isaiah 14:12 through 15, Ezekiel 28:12 through 17. Hasatan rebelled against Yahweh due to arrogance and a desire to exalt himself above Yahweh. John Milton's Paradise Lost dramatizes Lucifer's fall, portraying him as a defiant, declaring, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." The story is used to illustrate the dangers of pride, arrogance, and self-idolatry, traits that can lead to downfall in human life as well. The spirit realm of pride might be imagined as a landscape of ego. Towers of vanity, excessive concern with one's appearance, achievements or status, mirrors reflecting only oneself, thrones of self-importance. One becomes trapped in self-admiration, cut off from empathy, connection. All about me, all about me, that's all it is. You. They want to be the center instead of having Yahweh, the center. Arrogance, believing you're always right and dismissing others' opinion. Dismisses others, denies humility and elevates the self. A dangerous overestimation of one's importance. It's rooted in superiority and security, resistance to criticism, rejects feedback. That's not true, or you don't understand. It thrives on comparison, putting others down to feel superior. And these are learned behaviors, okay? But at the same time, you know right from wrong, whether it's learned behavior or not. You're choosing to act like that. That's the enemy within. You're choosing to be like that. You can change yourself to be better and get away from that. Dismissive attitude. Arrogant people often believe they already know best, so they ignore or belittle feedback. Defensiveness. They may react with hostility, seeing feedback as a threat to their superiority. Consequences. This leads to damaged relationships and repeated mistakes because they refuse to adapt. They refuse to listen. Even when they're wrong, they refuse. They'll say they're right. And if they're called on it, they'll get defensive and angry with you, yelling at you, whatever, cussing you out. I've seen that happen. Refusing help, not accepting assistance even when struggling because of pride. Boasting, constantly talking about your achievements to make others feel inferior. conflict escalation, letting pride prevent you from apologizing, even when you know you're wrong. By the way, nothing's preventing you from apologizing, okay? But your pride's getting in your way. You're allowing your pride to get in your way to do that. Anger, allowing rage to control actions, leading to harm or injustice. Political propaganda, leaders or groups stir up resentment against an enemy to rally support. Social media outrage, platforms amplify division and contempt because anger drives engagement and clicks. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, X. Envy, resenting others' blessings instead of rejoicing with them. Gluttony, overindulgence in food or drink, ignoring moderation. Sloth, neglecting spiritual duties or moral responsibilities. Impure thoughts, dwelling on desires that lead away from Yahweh's will. The spiritual journey is about recognizing these impulses, resisting them, and cultivating the higher self through faith, discipline, and divine guidance from Yahweh. Like I said, Ephesians 6:12, Shaul teaches that our struggle is not against the flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. This verse highlights that the true enemy is spiritual. Now, everything's in the spiritual realm. Everything we do, good or bad, indifferent, has an effect in the spiritual realm. Our struggle is not primarily against people, politics, or circumstances. It's against unseen spiritual forces. But we're putting that on ourselves because we're listening to Hasatan and not Yahweh. We choose, we make mistakes in life, but that's our own fault. Can't blame nobody but ourselves. Imagine a puppet show. You see the puppets moving, but behind the curtain are the hands controlling them. In the same way, behind many conflicts in our lives are spiritual forces at work. You don't think there's demons walking this earth? There's a spiritual reality. There's another dimension we don't see. They're working. Hasatan's not going to stop, and the demon's not going to stop till Yeshua comes back. So, you need to stay ahead of the game, and the only way to do that is have intimacy with Yahweh. Not these false doctrines that I've talked about earlier, but the Word. That's how you're going to know. That's how you're going to know. Okay? What truth is and what the lie is, how you're going to discern. It's the only way. Studying this Word, praying and meditating every single day. Make time with Yahweh. Don't misidentify your enemy. When conflict arises in your marriage, workplace, or assembly, remember it's not flesh and blood. Recognize the spiritual dimension. The greatest is the whisper of subtle lies. Hasatan comes clothed in half-truths, in questions that sow doubt, and promises that appeal to our desires. Hear that? To our desires. He's trying to appeal to our desires, our evil inclinations. From the beginning, Hasatan asked, and the Nahash, the serpent, was more crafty than all the lives on the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said to the woman, is it true that Elohim has said, do not eat of every tree of the garden, in Genesis 3:1. That's how subtle lies work. They erode trust in Yahweh. One small compromise at a time. One little thing. Is it true that Elohim said, do not eat of every tree of the garden? He wants to put doubt in her mind for one. Oh, surely you will not die. You'll be like him. It's subtle. Shaul warns us that Hasatan masquerades as an angel of light in 2 Corinthians 11:14. Of course, this means deception often looks attractive, even righteous. The fruit was pleasing to the eye and desirable for gaining wisdom. It says in Genesis 3:6. To the eyes. Remember I talked about Samson? To the eyes he lusted after Delilah. Pleasing, desirable. Hostile and disguised temptation as something good, appealing to our natural desires. See, our desires, goes back to our desires. Like I said again, don't blame him. Don't blame Hasatan. You take responsibility for your actions. Your own actions. Okay? Don't measure truth by feelings or appearances. Measure it by Yahweh's standard. Like it says in Proverbs 14. And what is the standard? What is the foundation that will never be divided? It will always stand forever. And that's the Word, the Torah. Lies may sound like freedom, but they lead to chains. They may look like wisdom, but they end in folly. C.S. Lewis warned against two extremes: ignoring the spiritual realm entirely, becoming obsessed with it. Every choice we make affects us spiritually, both positive and negative. The story of Adam and Hava in Genesis shows how one choice, disobeying Yahweh, introduced sin into the world, illustrating the profound consequences of decisions. Decision. Remember, before they went into the land, Yahweh told Moshe, take your rod up to the rock and bring forth water. Right? Did Yahweh say, hit the rock? No. What did he do? Moshe struck the rock. What was the consequence of that? Now, don't get me wrong, Moshe's going to be in the kingdom, okay? Don't get me wrong, he's going to be. But his disobedience, his desire, he chose to do it. What was the consequence of that, though? You're not going into the land. I'm going to show you the land. Yahweh's going to show you the land, but you're not going into it. Struck it. Okay? But that was his choice. He has no one to blame but himself for doing that. Okay? When we act in harmony with Yahweh, we'll have discernment leading to shalom. When we allow the influence of the Sitra Hara, there will be a disconnection and deception, unable to tell the truth from a lie. We have a personal responsibility. We are the architects of our spiritual journey. We're the ones building our spiritual journey by the choices we make. Okay? It's either going to be, the journey is either going to lead to everlasting life with Yahweh or everlasting death and separation from Yahweh. Whether we choose peace or turmoil, growth or stagnation, it's on us. It's an ongoing battle between Yahweh's kingdom and the Sitra Hara, the dark forces. It involves struggles against sin, and that's what sin is, transgression of the law or the Torah, temptation, demonic influence. That influences thoughts, behaviors, and circumstances. It's not about superstition, but recognizing a deeper layer of reality. Again, it says in Ephesians 6:12, because we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against authorities, against the world rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual matters of wickedness in the heavenlies. See, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against the authorities, against the world rulers of the darkness of this age. The goal is to resist the temptation, overcome evil, and grow spiritually. It's about advancing the kingdom of Yahweh by living in the truth. We're to advance the kingdom. Okay? It's our choice. It's our choice. But it's our goal to resist the temptation. Resist the devil and he must flee. What so many don't understand is that they have the power and authority to resist the devil and his demons, as it says in James 4:7. So then subject yourselves to Elohim, resist the devil, and he shall flee from you. It's rooted in the belief that evil spiritual entities seek to disrupt, deceive, and destroy. Now what's saying John 10:10? The thief does not come except to steal and to slaughter and to destroy. I have come that they might possess life, and that they might possess it beyond measure. Again, First Peter 5:8 tells us to be sober because Hasatan prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he to devour. The imagery of a lion evokes danger, stealth, and power, reminding believers to stay grounded, aware and resistant to temptation or spiritual attack. While challenges have spiritual dimensions, not all difficulties are caused by demonic forces. Discernment is the key. Knowing the Word, that's the key. Knowing the lie from the truth. So many times when people are going through hard times in life, they blame Hasatan for the attack on their life. So much of it is self-inflicted because the decision they make, beliefs, values, sense of purpose. Again, external forces, whether of this world or the spirit world or the seeker, are only as strong as you allow it. As long as if you don't feel it, it won't be strong. You resist the devil, he has to leave. How you approach it will make the difference between spiritual growth or spiritual destruction. Well, people need to get in their mind and hold on to is no matter what trial you go through in life, you can get through it. Here's what it says, and here's the proof. Here's what the Word says in 1 Corinthians 10:13. No trial is overtaking you except such as common to man, and Elohim is trustworthy, who shall not allow you to be tried beyond what you are able, but with the trial shall also make the way of escape, enabling you to bear it. So we can handle it. There's nothing that overwhelms us, because the Father said no matter what we go through, we can handle it. No matter what trial we go through, we can handle it. It isn't just about dramatic confrontations. It's often subtle, psychological, and emotional. Everything we do has an action and reaction in the spiritual world. Spiritual strongholds are deeply rooted patterns of that resist the truth of Yahweh and hinder spiritual growth in belief, sight, speech, behavior, and thought. It often shows up in ways that feel ordinary struggles, but beneath the surface, they may be part of a deeper spiritual connection. Again, persistent self-doubt or negative self-talk. I'm not good enough. I'll never change. Get that talk and get that thinking out of your mind. Feelings of inadequacy, fear, or hopelessness that seem to come out of nowhere. Distraction for spiritual practices. A sudden lack of motivation to pray and meditate or read Scripture. Emotional heaviness, unexplained anxiety, sadness, or irritability that lingers. And you got to understand, like there's another dimension, there's a spiritual realm, and the dark forces are around. They can be around there. They're on this earth. And they can pluck things in your mind. And why did I feel, Don't focus on that. Learn the schemes of Hasatan, but focus on the Father, and He'll show you how to handle that. And you'll be strong, because Hasatan's not going to go after your strength, like I said earlier. He's going to go after your weaknesses. Relationship tensions, misunderstandings, or conflicts that feel unusually intense or frequent. Spiritual apathy, feeling disconnected from Yahweh, or questioning your faith without clear reason. A sudden disinterest in prayer, studying Scripture, or worship. Temptation in familiar areas. Old habits or sins you thought you'd overcome may resurface with unusual intensity. If they resurface, it's because you haven't gotten over them yet. There's so much stuff we've done in life that we forget some of the things we did, but they can resurface. So you got to hit it. You got to hit it head on. Sometimes the most dangerous battles are the ones we realize we're in. Recognizing these crafty events is the first step toward reclaiming your shalom and power. Like I said, deception. Just like Genesis 3, the enemy uses subtle lies to distort truth and create fear. Isolation aims to separate individuals from community and support, increasing vulnerability. Fear. Here's an acronym for fear, you can say. False evidence appearing real, showing how a perception can be manipulated. Hasatan misleads, tempts, manipulates people to turn away from truth, righteousness, and Yahweh. But you choose to do that. He'll tempt you with it, but you choose whether you want to walk away, whether you want to be misled. That's why I said when you have these teachers teaching this scripture, a lot of them are misleading you. They're leading you astray away from the Father. And like I said, it's your responsibility to know what they're teaching. Does it line up with the Word? If it doesn't line up with the Word, you better get away. Now, I will tell you this. None of us are 100% on this. I'm letting you know, none of us are 100% on this. But what I'm telling you is, study the Word, because we're all going to be judged individually. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've told people flat out, get out of Christianity, period. Because they are leading you. So I'm not saying they're not telling truths here and there. They are. Yeah, when they say you love God with all your heart and soul. Yeah, that's true. That's Torah. Do not steal, do not murder, do not kill, whatever. Yeah, that's true. Don't covet your neighbor's wife. Don't covet, don't do that. That's true. They teach don't commit adultery. That's true. Okay, I get that. And that is Torah based. I'm talking about too, though, the appointed times, the more these I talked about the food laws and some other things. And two, get away from the pagan practices. Easter, Christmas. Get away from all that. I mean, churches nowadays, they're doing, for safety reasons, here's what they do. Halloween comes along. Well, we don't want our child to go door to door to door to door, get candy, because you never know, this world's evil and there could be something bad in that candy. Well, I get that. But what they do instead, they rationalize, well, we'll go ahead, we'll do it in the church. They're doing so you're going to invite the demons into the church too with that, huh? See, they rationalize, oh, it's okay now because we're in the church. No. Yeah, boss says don't have anything to do with the dark forces. Okay, so there's things that I tell people, look, get out of Babylon, because Hasatan mixes the truth and the lies. He mixes that too. Okay, and what Hasatan? He masquerades as light, disguised as an angel of light to appear trustworthy or divine. Twisting the truth, he's wicked, mixing lies with partial truths. False teachers and prophets distort Yahweh's Torah. So how do we guard against the deception? How? How do we do that? I'm glad you asked. You do it by studying the Word. It's a lamp and a sword discerning truth from lies. This will tell you what the lies are. This will tell you what the truths are. I can only tell you to study it. I can't make you do it. And my teachings teach a bunch of other stuff as well to show that. Like I said, I did one on wine. I did one on the once saved, always saved, which I call the once saved, always saved lie. And I back it up with everything. Stay vigilant. Be alert as Hasatan prowls like a roaring lion seeking someone to devour. Put on the armor of Yahweh. Ephesians 6 outlines spiritual defenses. Test the spirits. Yahweh's messengers or Hasatan. You got to test, and when you test them, what you're testing is, are they saying what they're saying is true? Does it line up with the Word? If it doesn't, get away from it. But you have to test the spirits. You have to know, is the messengers, are they from Hasatan or are they from Yahweh? And you're going to know which is which by studying the Word. Without it, you're not going to know which is which. Like I said, isolating from Yahweh can be deeply unsettling, like wandering through a fog with no clear direction, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. You're not alone in this experience. Again, loss of community, a sense of belonging, shared purpose, and emotional support. Now, when I say loss of community now, I'm not talking about in Christianity. I'm talking about what the Word says, the community. Yeah, you can be in a community in a church. Heck, you can be in a community in ultra-Orthodox Judaism. And yeah, you can follow them, and they'll love you, do as they say. That I get all that. You can get emotional support from it. I get that. But I'm talking about the bigger picture of this, and get out of those false doctrines and come to the Torah and get into the community who does work on really trying to teach the Word that has not been abolished, by the way. That's the support you want. Spiritual disconnection. Being away from worship, teaching, and fellowship, feeling distant. Emotional toll. Isolation can lead to loneliness, anxiety, or even depression. Guilt or shame. Believing past mistakes have created a barrier between you and Yehovah. What Scripture says, Hebrews 10, 24, 25 says, and let us be concerned for one another in order to stir up love and good works, not forsaking the assembly of ourselves together, as in the habit of some, but encouraging and so much more, as you see the day coming near. Hebrews 10, 24, 25. But and that is true, but you need to be around people who are Torah observant and following the Torah. Okay? Because this all goes back to the Word. Proverbs 18:1 warns that isolation can lead to poor judgment and selfish desires. Proverbs 18:1 says, the separatist seeks his own desire. He breaks out against all sound wisdom. The eternal battle where your emotions become the battleground for deeper spiritual struggles. It's not just feeling sad or anxious. It's when those emotions are amplified by unseen forces that aim to disrupt your peace, purpose, and connection to Yahweh. Again, sudden intense sadness, fear or anger that feels disappropriate in your situation. Feelings of guilt, shame, or worthlessness that seem to come from nowhere. A loss of desire to pray, meditate, or engage in spiritual practice. I re-emphasize this and reread it and reinforce it for a reason. Because throughout Scriptures, the Word, the Father does repeat it. He does say it over and over. He doesn't say it just once in Scriptures. Many places all over in the Bible, reinforce. This is why I'm rereading some of this as well, okay? Isolating yourself by pulling away from loved ones or feeling spiritually lost. Mentally draining, constantly exhausted. Mood swings, shifts in emotions. Relationships strain. Misunderstanding, conflict with loved ones, trust issues. Loss of purpose, disconnected from your goals or questioning your worth or direction. Temptation and doubt, facing moral dilemmas or persistent self-doubt that challenges values. Workplace conflicts, toxic environments. Family tensions, unresolved resentment or miscommunication, pulling you away from unity. Health challenges, chronic stress or illness may be affecting your ability to heal or cope. 2 Corinthians 10:3-5 says, emphasize that we must fight. 2 Corinthians 10:3-5 emphasizes that we must fight with divine weapons to destroy spiritual strongholds. Fear and anxiety, persistent worry that overrides trust in Yahweh. Addiction, compulsive behaviors that enslave the mind and body. Bitterness and unforgiveness, emotional wounds that block healing and reconciliation. Pride and self-reliance, believing you don't need Yahweh's help. We need to get away from this stuff. Clean out your closet, so to speak. Clean out yourself. Surrender to Yahweh. And start taking some of this stuff, these evil desires that you put on yourself, and break that chain, break that slavery. Shame and guilt, feeling unworthy, which distorts identity to be in the image of Yahweh. We're supposed to be in the image of Yahweh. We're supposed to be imitators of Yeshua. And what did Yeshua do? He walked the Torah. He applied the Torah every day. He lived the Torah. That's what we're supposed to be. That's the image we're supposed to have. They are like mental or emotional fortresses built over time and passed down from one generation to the next, often through trauma, sin, or deception. The spiritual battle within can be internal, such as thoughts, emotions, temptations, or external through worldly influences. Like I said, we're not of this world. We're just passing through. Restless thoughts that replay old hurts or future fears. Thoughts accelerate and feed on each other. One worry triggers another. Health, money, relationship. Get past it. Learn from it. Learn from your mistakes. Stop worrying. Worrying is a sin, by the way. Constant worrying, that's a sin. He doesn't want us to worry. And in fact, he doesn't put fear in us at all. We got to stop holding on to whatever desires that are not good. And let go of that, surrender to the Father, and listen to what He's telling us to do, to have a relationship with Him. Persistent negative thoughts that feel disappropriate to circumstances, chronic distraction, or numbness from constant media, busyness, or consumption. Compromised values to small concessions that accumulate into larger drifts. Interfering with daily functioning, sleep, eating, work, or relationships. Compromising values such as rationalizing choices that conflict with your convictions. This is all draining. And it's not draining just spiritually. It's going to take a toll on you. It's going to wear on you. That's what hostile does. He tries to wear on you, wear you down. And that's going to affect, the body can only take so much, the heart can only take so much. The liver, the kidneys, pancreas, whatever, high blood pressure, it takes a toll on you. And eventually it's going to shut it down. So you got to get through all that. You know? Minimizing. It's not a big deal. Comparing downward. Others do worse. Blaming circumstances. I had no choice. We always have a choice, by the way. Okay? Moral reframing. Redefining the values so the action fits. Rationalizing. That's a killer. When goodness is treated like a transaction, I do this so life should give me that. It collapses the moment life stops cooperating. Job's story pushes against that idea with almost painful force. He loses every reason to say faithful, every reward that might have made righteousness feel worthwhile. And yes, something in him keeps reaching toward what's true, even through anger, grief, and confusion. It's about who you choose to be when nothing is guaranteed. Are you going to be a child of Yahweh, or are you going to be a child of Hasatan? Devotion to Yahweh isn't about getting things from Him, but about relationship and trust. Yahweh's tests are meant to reveal what's inside us and help us grow. There are opportunities to refine character, showing whether devotion is about convenience or about genuine relationship. Now, how do we recognize these spiritual attacks? We gotta recognize them. Spiritual attacks, pressures, or disturbances that affect an individual's shalom, clarity, or sense of alignment. Sudden, unusual pressure or chaos. Multiple things going wrong at once. Emotionally, mentally, circumstantial. Unexpected conflict. Unusual stress. A sense of heaviness or oppression. Sudden career change or unexpected job loss. Becoming a caregiver overnight for a sick family member. Sudden financial crisis, fraud, identity theft, unexpected debt. Feeling out of alignment. Anything in your life that suddenly feels out of alignment with your values, purpose, or spiritual grounding may signal a spiritual attack. Losing motivation for things that once mattered. Feeling disconnected from your faith or inner compass. A sense that something is off without a clear reason. You can't get your handle on it. Emotional or mental disturbance. Anxiety or confusion that appears suddenly. Restlessness or disturbed sleep. a persistent sense of dread or discouragement. In the spiritual scheme of things, Hasatan, knowing our weaknesses and emotions, tempts us to misuse what is intended for good. Unusual fatigue or drained energy, emotional exhaustion, lack of focus, feeling spiritually dry or disconnected. Patterns that defy logic, which seems to come from nowhere, repetitive, disappropriate to the situation. The Pharisees plotting to kill Yeshua for healing on the Sabbath. That's in Mark 3, 1 through 6. Yeshua heals a man's hand, and the Pharisees respond by planning his death. This is disappropriate to the situation. Why is it it's disappropriate? A compassion act, a murder plot? Really? Internal conflict or temptation? Abraham, trust versus fear in Genesis 22. Abraham's command to sacrifice Isaac forces him into a profound internal conflict between love of his son and obedience to Yehovah. Joseph, temptation by Potiphar's wife in Genesis 39. Joseph resists repeated temptation, showing a battle between desire, fear, or consequence, and loyalty to Yehovah. See, he didn't have desire to him. He resisted this temptation. That desire was not in him. Heightened temptations. Hava in the garden in Genesis 3. Hasatan doesn't just offer fruit. He amplifies the desire by promising wisdom and godlike insight. The temptation becomes stronger because it appeals to curiosity, identity, and longing. Cain, before killing Abel in Genesis 4, 6 through 7. Yahweh warns Cain that sin is crouching at the door. A vivid image of temptation intensifying as anger and jealousy swell. It's starting to build up. He warns Cain before he does this. He warns him that sin is crouching at the door. Yeshua in the wilderness, Matthew 4 and Luke 4. After 40 days of fasting, Yeshua is physically weakened. Satan's temptations are timed to strike when hunger, exhaustion, and isolation make the pull stronger. Kepha denying Yeshua in Luke 22, 54 through 62. Fear and pressure heightened the temptation to protect himself. Under normal circumstances, Kepha would never deny Yeshua, but the intensity of the moment amplifies the urge. At that moment, like I said early on, at that moment, you can be an adversary of Hasatan, an adversary. At that moment. And so when Kepha said, "Oh no, I had nothing to do with Yeshua," he is an adversary. When he rebuked Yeshua, he is being an adversary. Doubts that feel intrusive. Thoughts that undermine your confidence or purpose. Everyone else is ahead of me. Oh, I should be further along by now. These are framed as attempts to distract or derail you. You see how Hasatan works? You see all the tools he has for him? How he interjects that in your mind? But that desire is in you because you want, that's how you feel. And that's how you're thinking. So get out of it. And you can do it. Disruption of shalom. Your inner peace feels disturbed, even if nothing external explains it. You're going through a normal day, but there's a faint sense of dread humming in the background. You're surrounded by a calm, yet your mind keeps scanning for danger or problems that aren't there. Stop thinking like that. Stop allowing Hasatan to put these things in your mind. You don't get paranoid over thinking something that's not there or make it bigger than what it actually is. A balanced perspective. These signs can also come from stress, mental health challenges, or life transitions. The key is discernment rather than fear. So don't fear all this when Hasatan tries to put in your mind, tries to suck you in. It's the discernment. You have to know the Word. That's our foundation. The goal is empowerment And that comes from not just knowing the Torah, but applying it in everyday life. Now, how to fight spiritual warfare. It's about strengthening your spiritual life, grounding yourself in what's true. And what is true? The Torah is true. It says in Psalms 119, 142. And refusing to let destructive influences, internal or external, run the show. You have the power and authority to do that. Most spiritual battles start as thoughts, doubt, fear, shame, confusion, hopelessness, temptation. These aren't just emotions. They shape your decisions, your identity, and your sense of purpose. You control that. The battlefield is also your inner narrative. Everyone has a story they tell themselves. I'm not good enough. Nothing will change. I'm alone. I can't overcome this. I can go on and on. That's just a few of them. Spiritual warfare is confronting these narratives and replacing them with the truth of the Torah. The narrative of false doctrines. Confront those false doctrines. Replace them with the Torah. Study the Word and replace them. You can do that. You can come out of Babylon. The battlefield is invisible influences. Not everything that affects you is physical or obvious. People describe spiritual pressures as heaviness, distraction, discouragement, feeling spiritually dull or disconnected, and sudden waves of negativity. Recognizing these patterns helps you respond instead of being overwhelmed. Stay on offense. Don't be on defense. Stay on offense. The battlefield is your habit and patterns. Sometimes the fight is against cycles you keep falling into, unhealthy coping mechanisms, environments that drain your spirit, or relationships that pull you off course. See the habits. See that? Habits and patterns. We get in these habits. They're either good or bad. And if they're bad habits, you got to get out of them. Recognize the real battlefield. Thoughts, fear, shame, hopelessness, confusion. Habits, cycles that pull you away from who you want to be, and cycles that pull you away from Yahweh because of your choices. Influences, people or environments that drain your spirit. Discouragement, the subtle erosion of confidence or faith. Applying Yahweh's Torah. How do we got to apply it? We got to live it. Prayer, meditation to gain clarity and shalom, and study scriptures. Anchor your mind on the Word. Guard your mind. Challenge destructive thoughts. I always mess everything up. Challenge. Is it really everything, or am I focusing on one mistake? What are times I've handled things well? What would I say to a friend who said this about themselves? Replace the lies with the truth. The lie, I can't change. Well, what's the truth? Change is hard, but I'm capable of it. The lie, I'm not good enough. The truth, I'm learning and improving every day. Eliminate exposure to negativity. Stop engaging in gossip, even passively listening. Reduce contact with chronically negative people, even if they're familiar or long-term connections. And don't take on these battles alone. Isolation makes every battlefield bigger. Yahweh will guide you through the Ruach HaKodesh. They'll give you a sense of peace when making a decision, a sudden clarity in the middle of confusion, a scripture or teaching that hits at the right moment, a person who shows up with exactly the words you needed, a shift in your own thoughts that feels wiser than your usual patterns. See that? A shift. Once you start working on your weaknesses and getting rid of them, you're going to get stronger and stronger. You're going to have that shift. Your mindset's going to be different. Your behavior, your thinking, your walking, your talking, you're applying the Word. Strengthen your lifestyle. Spiritual battles are harder when your life is out of balance. Sleep, nutrition, and movement matter more than people think. Healthy boundaries protect your energy. Rest is a spiritual discipline, not a luxury. Recognizing the battlefield gives you power. The more you know about this, the more you can fight that spiritual warfare and resist the devil and making mistakes. It's powerful. So recognize this, discern yourself with the Word. Once you see where the real fight is happening, you stop wasting energy on the wrong things. You stop fighting people instead of problems. You stop blaming yourself for battles that everyone faces. You start using the right tools, prayer and meditation, applying the Torah and Yehovah's guidance, and obeying the Word and living the Word. Like I said, the Moedines, the appointed times, and the food laws, just to name a few. Our choices reflect either obedience to Yehovah or surrender to Hasatan and his temptations. When you feel the urge to snap back at someone who hurt you, but you sense that patience or forgiveness would honor Yehovah more than the satisfaction of getting even. When you're wrestling with a desire you know is destructive, and you're deciding whether to lean into Yehovah or give into a Hasatan's temptation. Remember this, Hasatan doesn't initiate and isn't the root cause of anything. Hasatan isn't your problem. He is encouraging you and taking advantage of whatever problem you have that you put on yourself. You are the problem. Take responsibility of your actions, your problems. Don't throw the responsibility on Hasatan. He's not the problem. We are. We have the consequences. We have the blessings and curses by the choices we make. Like I said, Hasatan doesn't create desires. He exploits and corrupts them. By knowing our weaknesses and emotions, he tempts us to misuse what is intended for good. Again, put the full armor of Yehovah on in Ephesians 6:13-17. The belt of truth, breastplate of righteousness, shield of faith, helmet of salvation, sword of the Spirit, word of Yehovah, which is the Torah, readiness from the good news and peace, prayer and fasting, strength and spiritual resilience and clarity, Scripture, the Word, used to counter lies and temptation, as Yeshua did in the wilderness, faith and obedience, trusting Yehovah's promises and living righteousness. Obedience to what? The Torah, the Word. So when someone tells you the law's been done away with, walk away or tell them, no. The Torah is the truth, and we're to obey it and show them that it's not abolished. We have to keep it commanded. You stay on task, and they don't want to listen, just walk away. Choosing what's healthy over what's harmful. When your emotions spike in anger, and instead of reacting in a way that hurts you or someone else, you step away. Pray for guidance and shalom. When you're tempted to lie to protect yourself, but you decide to be honest, even though it's harder. You feel tempted to act out of frustration, fear, or hurt, and prayer becomes a way of stepping back into who you want to be rather than what the moment is pushing toward. Redirecting your thoughts. Change your mindset. When a negative or overwhelming thought shows up, you pause and say something simple like, Yehovah, guide my mind, or bring me back to you. Let me meditate on you. Let me have intimacy with you. Help me with the Word. Guide my thoughts, my actions. When you catch yourself replaying something painful, you interrupt it and turn your attention toward the prayer and reminder of Yehovah's presence. When you feel drawn towards something that makes you feel small or ashamed, shift your attention towards something that brings shalom. What's going to be? That's what's going to bring shalom. It's the Word. Choosing connection over isolation. Choosing connection over isolation with Yehovah is really about letting yourself lean toward Him instead of pulling away when life feels heavy. Don't lean on your own understanding. Don't trust your heart. Lean on Him for everything. When you feel alone, you remind yourself that you don't have to carry everything by yourself. And you reach toward Yehovah. Submit to Him. He will guide you. He'll get you through it. When you're tempted to numb out, instead of disappearing in the isolation, you meditate on the Word. pray and ask Yahweh for guidance. You allow the Ruach HaKodesh to come upon you. And the Spirit will lead you to all truth. The Ruach will lead you to all truth. Will guide you to all truth. And again, what have I said? In Psalms 119, 142. The Torah is truth. Turning toward what feels sacred or steady. When your mind is racing, you shift your attention towards something that brings shalom instead of feeding the spiral. Know and live the Torah. In other words, don't fuel that sin. Don't fuel it. You'll spiral all out of control. Don't feed it. Don't fuel it. Okay? You come to the Father with your stuff. When you start your morning with a moment of prayer or reflection instead of diving straight into stress. When you ask for strength, guidance, or clarity instead of trying to carry everything alone, walking away from what harms you. When you step back from a habit, relationship, or environment that keeps pulling you into negativity. When you say no to something that feels wrong for you and yes that aligns with Yahweh. Hasatan is the mastermind behind spiritual attacks. Remember that. Seeking to oppose Yahweh's work and deceive humanity. To understand the battle, we need to begin with acknowledging that we're even in a war. And a lot of people don't even believe we're in a spiritual battle. A lot of people don't even believe this stuff. But you have to understand the battle. You have to begin to acknowledge that we're actually in a spiritual warfare. We're in a race against time. Like I said, we're only here as a vapor. We're here and gone, just like that. We have to gain an understanding of Hasatan's scheme. How do you understand his schemes? By knowing the Word. And the Word has not been abolished. Like I said, Hasatan doesn't initiate in it, isn't the root cause of anything. Hasatan isn't the problem. You are the problem. We are the problem. We're our own worst enemies. Understand this is not about life and death. In that moment, it's about life and death as the potential eternal decision, final decision, like you're going to either be dead or you're going to live forever. Do not be led astray. Evil company corrupts good habits. In 1 Corinthians 15:33. Who you hang around with can get you in, suck you into that. So be careful who you're even associating with it too, okay? And here's what I say in a lot of the teachings. The last thing I usually say, watch your thoughts. They become words. Watch your words. They become action. Watch your actions. They become habits. Watch your habits. They become your character. Watch your character. They become your destiny. It's all on you. It's the enemy within. Your desires. Are you going to have a desire for Yahweh and have eternity and do what is right? And that goes for all of us, by the way. Or is your decision going to be to follow Hasatan, being an adversary, and have eternal death and separation, eternal separation from Yahweh? We all have to make that choice. Like I said, Hasatan isn't the problem. He can't make you do anything. He can tempt you, put stuff out there, and he has to have permission to do something to you anyway. Like Job, he had a decision to make. His desire was to be with Yahweh, even when he went through with that. It wasn't about all the wealth he had. He loved his family. Of course he loved his family, he loved his children. But the bigger picture was, is he going to serve Yahweh, or is he going to curse him out